Okay, so we got to take a second to talk about this Nerporial life form guy. In my life, I have never seen more shit takes ever. The mouth breathing pulled you into a scene. I mean, what is happening with this guy? What is happening here?
Have you even read the fucking book, Nerdporial?
Being out of touch with reality the last several minutes has made humanity as a whole dumber than these book-burning shills.
How does he call himself a Wheel of Time fan? I mean, how slow does this dude read? He's been reading The Shadow Rising for about 2.5 years.
Fuck.
You Chicago dipshit motherfucker.
Get over yourself.
What is going on?
Last time on Revisiting the Wheel of Time.
Stream, and I never saw your intro, which is absolutely hilarious. But yeah, you're wrong. But it's okay. We still love you. I read the books first, and then I watched the show, and now I'm currently rereading the books. So I've only gone through one time, but I literally speed read book 4 so that I could get ready for this show, and then you pushed it back 2 weeks.
Bleakness, like, I don't get too hung up on the bleakness. It's just, like, they can't... It's like just realizing even...
It's more interesting than the marriage, the ideal marriage proposals and...
Oh, no, I'm not saying it's not interesting. I'm just saying it's not really...
That's a dig at me.
It's not really complicated, right? It's just, like, think about, like, just your whole life being a lie. And you finding that out suddenly, right? It's you know.
Imagine if the Pope came out and said,
Christianity
Jesus was fake. You know, you'd have people that would still adhere to it. You'd have people that would leave it. You'd have people that would pick up other religions.
People that want to kill the Pope and go, "This guy's a fucking liar. He's not the real Pope," right?
Yes. You know, no, of course, whatever.
Should I make a shirt, Brian, called Bob the Balefire Guy?
You should.
I think you should. Just because.
He's got a balefire himself. So
it's like Bob the Builder, but with balefire streams.
If you're a gateway or off a mirror, it's like.
If you make that in polos, I will wear it to work. And like people will ask me, "What is that?"
Bob the Balefire Guy. All right.
My response is going to be,
"You'll just take him to the gun range, and people will love you."
Write this down.
And now the continuation.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to another Wheel of Time book club covering the Fires of Heaven, you know, book 5 of the Wheel of Time. So last week we did part 1. If you haven't watched it, definitely check it out. I have a whole playlist of all the episodes of Wheel of Time Book Club going all the way back to Eye of the World over a year and a half ago now. So definitely check those out. They're all linked with these, previously ons and all that. But yeah, so let's just get right to it. So some of the co-panelists will be late for this one. So let's start with the people who are here now. So coming back from last week, we have a guy who's technically Mexican. What's going on? Thanks for coming back, man.
Thanks for having me. Glad to be here. I'm a little bit sick. My girls keep getting colds, and my 1-year-old had the croup this week, and I got a little bit of that. So I'm nursing a little headache, but I'm glad to be here.
And I didn't postpone it this time, so can't get mad this time.
Nope.
For that.
Nope.
So. But yeah, thanks for all right. Thanks for
okay, but I can't get mad at you because you didn't tell me what chapter we're reading to. You just said halfway, and so I had to speed read 2 chapters before the stream when you announced it like an hour beforehand.
This is going to go into next week's intro. So there you go. It's going in, staying in. All right. But yeah, 29. We're going up to 29 today. So, all right. Thank you, sir. And we got the Toxic Book Cloak himself, Dane. What's going on, Dane?
I didn't have to speed read anything. I was already ahead of you.
There you go. So how you doing this week?
Not that it matters. I'm doing good. Obviously, didn't have anything else to do, but
you didn't have anything else to do, so you came here. All right, great. I kind of just asked a couple. I only asked a few hours ago, so I'm considering myself lucky.
No, you asked like a week ago, and I said, yeah, I'll do it. And then
you said maybe, depends. I'll let you know the end of the week. And I didn't hear from you, so I'm like, okay, let's. I asked you today. So.
Then, because you didn't hear from me, I felt kind of bad being like, all right, I should probably show up for this.
All right,
it's all good.
All right, cool. Thanks, Dane. So
I always love chatting books with you.
Wheel time, yeah. If I have any questions, I'll ask. Well, mainly I'll ask you, Dane. But technically, Maxim might have some interesting answers too, right?
I know some answers. Yeah.
There you go. So, so we're covering chapters 13 from A Small Room in Sienda to chapter 29, which is the one with Hadnan Kadir. I can't think of the name right now.
Dreams of Saldea?
Dreams of Saldea. There you go. Saldea. That's how you say it.
No.
All right. So we have Jaden Hamilton here. And Whisker Fisherman has renewed his membership. So yeah, everybody, if you like what I do, consider joining the Nerporial Continuum. I mean, apparently, people have had benefits joining. Prophet has better relationship with his kids. Pips is a faster horse. I don't know, stuff like that. So who knows? But we got Jaden Hamilton here. What's up, Jaden? We got Louise Expiro. We got Miss Martin Muse. We got Dempsey, and we got a bot here who is spamming my chat. And we got CLS Studio. What's up, CLS? And we got Kyla Deer. All right. Thanks, guys. Thank you guys for being here. So I figure we start with let's get this ball started. So let's get started with Small Room in Sienda. So now we're back to Nynaeve and Elaine, and I believe they're in
Dane's favorite part of this book.
Amadisia.
I've learned to appreciate it for what it is.
Mm-hmm. I think, yeah.
So apparently Elaine is so Nynaeve has to pretend to be like a serving or like to be like a servant to Elaine or something. So Elaine because Elaine knows how to be a high lady and all that, and Nynaeve is just hating this. She's just hating this entire thing. And she's just being a complete ass so the entire time.
Is this the one where she starts off because there's been a few days since I've read it, but she starts off yelling at Tom to ride faster?
Yes.
Yeah.
And then gets mad at him for making the ride bumpy.
Like, what, you tried to break our fool neck? Slow down, you crazy man.
And she's just being acidic. She's like, Nynaeve's like, is my lady bored? The way my lady is staring at the countryside down my lady's nose. I think my lady must want to travel faster.
You had a thought? Oh, my lady must have a terrible headache.
More speed, Tom. Don't argue with me. You hold your tongue too, Julian thief catcher. I said more speed. Wow, she's just let's just say the end of this kind of wow.
It is fun though to see her get put in her place, because she has to pretend to be a serving maid the whole time. And it's really, really fun when Elaine bosses her around, because she is just the worst in this book.
I'm just trying to remember. I'm just trying to remember.
It arguably goes a little bit too far, sure.
But it's hilarious, and the best thing, Brian, this is not a spoiler. Not Elaine. Nynaeve becomes actually a very good character that a lot of readers like.
She's
starting
a great
around
character.
book 8, 9, 10. She just
because
this is her low point. So she's going through an arc. But the difficulty is with Robert Jordan writing character arcs, it can take several novels of a character being unlikable for them to kind of work through their flaw and become a more likable character. And so that's what you're going through right now.
And you say the change pretty much happens because Lan screws her.
She finds a man.
Oh, not Lan? Someone else?
Well, that's the man. Yeah.
Okay.
I didn't want to spoil that. But yeah, it's basically that's the theme of the whole series, right? Men and women working together, or at least fucking.
Men. So, so I'm just curious. I'm curious where Nynaeve's. I mean, I can't wait to see a likable Nynaeve. It's just right now, it's beyond me. So it's gonna be something to look forward to.
Yeah,
it's not front of mind when you're 16 reading this for the first time, but when you're rereading this, you're just like, this chick needs to get laid. That's
yes.
That's her throughout this entire book.
There was a Clint Eastwood movie in the I was thinking of a Clint Eastwood movie in the 70s. It's called The Eiger Sanction. It came out. He's going rock climbing. He's trained to go rock climbing. You have George Kennedy in the movie, he was also in Naked Gun. He's the partner and all that. Well, a feminist journalist goes up to him, asks him a question, some really cringe feminist question. Is this good for female rights? And he's like, "Lady, go get yourself screwed." And I thought of that when you said I thought of that when you said that last week about Nynaeve. So yeah,
that's her.
That's her.
Anyway. And if you recognize that, then you can begin to appreciate these chapters. That's how I view it.
Yeah. So I know that because of last week with Mistress Makura, they're curious what's going on in the tower. So I think I think they ultimately go to an inn in Sienda. And I might be getting a little ahead of myself, but they go to an inn and they pretty much go into the dream world for the next couple chapters. So I don't remember if there's anything else of note here. Didn't they come across the menagerie, the traveling menagerie, the circus?
Yeah, Nynaeve is horrible to them too.
Yeah, she throws like a penny. She's like, here, suck on this penny.
A silver penny.
Yeah, I literally I'm surprised Jordan just write "suck on this" and then they write right away and all that.
But keep in mind, in Nynaeve's mind, that's actually a lot of money.
Oh yeah,
yeah. She says it was more than they deserved, and Elaine is just panicking the whole time. Well, she probably thought that we were making fun of them. I was telling you to actually give them money.
Yeah, because didn't they say, "Hey, we want to perform for you" or something like that? And they're like, "Nah." They're just like, "Nah, we don't need this" or something.
They were looking for patrons. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
I really like Elaine. I really like Elaine in this chapter.
Yeah, I'm more
seeing her just try and maneuver around Nynaeve and justify her actions. It's good character work, but it's also good world building. Just showing Elaine's history and knowledge of politics and whatnot is it's good.
So when they say boar horses, they're talking about elephants, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Tusks and all. All right.
And when they say that other word, they're talking about those lizards.
What other word?
Might not be this chapter. The Shan Chan lizards.
Oh,
No, shredded is their word. Shredded is their word for elephant.
Oh, those are elephants?
Yeah.
Okay.
So
I thought it was their lizard things.
Tamer, and no.
Okay.
So the whole boar horses is Val and Luca's term for them because they've got tusks like boars, but they're like bigger than horses.
So
they come from Shara, but they come from Shan-Chan, and they learn that quite quickly about Sarandon when they go and meet her. But the key thing, at least in this chapter, is the elephants ran through the town of Sienda, and that's why Val and Luca's whole show got chased out of town.
Because they're destroying property. They accidentally destroyed some property or something like that. That's what I heard. So, but the Shara, I'm curious about Shara. So, I mean, the world. I mean, everybody, you guys know. I've already complained about how I feel about the world building, but Shara actually interests me. So I'm curious if there's going to be more to Shara in later books and all that. Because right now I'm thinking. I mean, Dane, you've read Song of Ice and Fire. I think of Karth, the where they go in the second book. Or they go in the second season.
That's kind of Shara is actually a bigger land than Randland, but it's very secretive.
Because there's like Karth, there's a big wall, and there very few people can enter it and stuff. So,
and there's only designated places where people could trade, and what you know about so far would be that Kyrian got rich because the Aiel allowed them to trade over the Aiel waste, but it was not trade with the Aiel, it was the trade with Shara. So that's where silk and stuff like that comes from.
And the other thing that interests me about Shara is just the fact that nobody knows what's in Shara. Like what's in Shara stays in Shara, no matter what. Kind of like Rhydon, but even to a bigger extreme. So I'm curious if Shara is going to be affected by the Tarmangaden. So I mean, is everybody going to be affected by this? Is Shan-Chan going to be affected by this? Are they going to be affected by this? So that's I know it's a read and find out. So, but yeah, that's something that does
a lot more about Shara.
Okay, that's something that I do look forward to learning about. So, but I don't know what else there is to talk about with this chapter. I mean, there's they get to Sienda, and I think like once again there's white cloaks everywhere because it's Amadisia. So I don't know how far they are. I forget. Did they go? I don't know if they been to Amador in this book, or have they been avoiding Amador?
Through it.
Okay.
If they got close to it, they bugged out right away. So they weren't trying to spend any time there. They're trying to get through Amadisia as quickly as possible.
So yeah, I don't think there's really much else to. I don't think there's much else to talk about with this. They meet Mistress Jaren of the inn because I wonder how many more inns they go to and how many more innkeepers we meet in this series because we met a lot, tons. So
there are a few, I think. I think in regard to Nynaeve as well, it's not, aside from Dane's theory, it's also her dealing with authority. Like she's used to being able to tell people what to do, right? Yeah, she's in charge. She was the wisdom, and she has to learn how to not have that power anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Which is why she's so horrible.
She's like, don't you frickin' wake me up, or if there's anything less than chalk, I'm gonna.
Yeah. It's realistic though. There are people, most people are like that. If they lose authority, they kind of become
insufferable,
unpleasant. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, she does lose authority in this whole section, and she becomes even more insufferable.
Yeah.
So careful what you wish for.
I'm reading one of the quotes for this chapter that's on the wiki. A fool puts her hand into a hollow tree without finding out what's inside first.
It's a good one.
One of Leanie's many sayings, and we get to meet Leanie in this block of chapters. So it's going to be an interesting one. So, but yeah, I think other than I forget what the context was for that. for that little quote. It was just rushing in, or only fools rush in type of what his way of saying only fools rush into whatever.
Oh yeah.
Okay, whatever.
Good work. So much.
So yeah, so that's chapter 13.
Repackaged in a new saying and attributed to Liddy. That's basically half the books going forward.
Yeah, so we're in the inn, and 99 for 90. Don't wake me at all. So now we're in Teleron Riyadh, and Nynaeve is meeting with Nynaeve is attending a meeting with Egwene in the Heart of the Stone, like usual. You got calendars in the ground and all that. But Egwene is late because I guess the wise ones just, I don't know, take their time. I guess I don't even fully know. But by the way, what's up, Mark Clark? Not Rosamund Pike.
No one likes Rosamund Pike. That means he's got great taste in women.
Yeah. So apparently,
Right.
apparently Brigitte makes another appearance, and so I think she's only appeared to Nynaeve. I know that Egwene has encountered her, but I don't think she's actually talked to Egwene, if I remember correctly.
She hasn't talked to Egwene. She's appeared to both Nynaeve and Elaine by the end of this, I think.
Okay, I don't recall. So she hasn't encountered Elaine yet.
Elaine, in this segment that we've just read, Elaine sees Nynaeve talking to her.
She does?
Yeah.
No,
and,
I think
and,
Egwene
and confronts
just,
her. Oh, it's Egwene. You're right. You're Egwene.
Yeah, Elaine and Nynaeve don't, but I mean, Nynaeve is sharing info with Elaine this whole time when they're awake.
Yeah.
They're only able to share info with Egwene while they're in Teleran Riyadh.
Yeah.
Because I know, like, the whole thing with, like, no one, like, I forget why Brigitte even shows herself to, or even goes and talks to Nynaeve or something, but because she's breaking all these precepts. I mean, nobody's supposed to know that, the heroes of the Horn hang out in Teleran Riyadh until they're, called back to...
where else would they be?
Yeah, well, they could be on the other world that the Great Hunt started, or, I don't know.
The first time she shows up is to tell her to stay away from the Forsaken in the Dream World, right?
Yeah. Yes. And
But
apparently
she talks to Perrin too. That was in the Shadow Rising.
Yeah, in the last book.
But it's also implied through these chapters that Brigitte, in a past life, had a thing for, foiled Moghedien during the War of Power. So Brigitte, before she was Brigitte in a previous life, other adventures, she was kind of like a, I don't know, that was her fight. So it's Moghedien specific as to why she's interested in Nynaeve and Elaine and what they're doing.
Oh, because of Moghedien? Okay.
Yeah. And Moghedien is one of the few Forsaken that regularly inhabits the world of dreams. So it's Moghedien and Lanfear, but Moghedien feels she's probably one of the better ones.
She's she's probably the strongest Forsaken in the dream world, basically.
Yeah.
Okay. So, in other words, you encounter Moghedien, or she's stalking you, you're dead, more likely. So, yeah, I kind of like how it builds. How it builds up some stakes right here. And then Brigitte is just like, I can't. I think Brigitte just kind of vanishes because that's what Brigitte does. What's up, Trip? What's up, Trip? And then we got Pips. Hey, not that there's anything wrong with that. There we go. So
nothing wrong with that.
So I'm trying to think. So Egwene knows about it, but Nynaeve has to be kind of mum about this to everybody else, like even the wise ones, if I remember correctly. So like, how do you know this stuff about, like, what was it? Or maybe I'm getting a little ahead of myself. It gets to a point where, like, they learn about, like, the tower. They learn about the tower, and she can't say how they found out about this or something, especially with the wise ones.
The key thing to note is, if you haven't clued in yet, Egwene is not being truthful with the wise ones, because she is sneaking off to meet Elaine or Nynaeve after these meetings, or what happens in later chapters. She tries to like communicate directly through their dreams. She's not supposed to be doing any of that.
Mm-hmm.
So every single time that Nynaeve wants to mention, like, hey, remember the last time I saw you and we spoke about this? Well, if that was something that they didn't speak to about, like, in front of the wise ones, Egwene's going to try and shut them up. So Egwene is being a duplicitous, power-hungry C-word throughout.
Yeah, okay. The thing that I was curious about, I wasn't sure she was still doing this after her little lesson that she learned in the Shadow Rising, where I think it was Amis pretends to be a monster and shot out the ears like and then they make her wear like the little ribbon. They make her
lesson in one ear, out the other.
Yeah. Okay. Because like they're like they're like if you do this again, we are not going to teach you.
Yep.
We are not going to be responsible for your stupid decisions.
And 99% of people would take that lesson to heart, except Egwene. She's in the special 1% because she's a sociopath.
Yeah. Okay. I thought she was a psychopath. If you've watched earlier Wheel of Time streams, right, Pips? So.
That's just in the TV show, though.
Let's not talk about that. So
you brought it
up. So going back, I'm trying to remember. So Mullane accompanies Egwene this time, and if I remember correctly, yeah. So Nynaeve talks about like Rond, like the whole Makura situation, and she lies and doesn't say exactly how. Like she doesn't say that they got caught. She just says that like they tried to poison the tea or something.
But I knew everything about Forkroot.
Yeah,
and then immediately gets caught.
Yeah. I like how she admits it to Egwene in the next chapter, but wow, the next chapter is wild. But apparently Nynaeve and them learn about this is the first time we see Egwene after the whole they leave Rhuidean for the Jangai Pass and all that, and they talk about Couladin a little bit. Apparently, and apparently Nynaeve disapproves of Rand ordering Moraine around. I was just like that's such interesting things to talk about that they talk about in this chapter.
I can't believe that. It's just
And Nynaeve just wants Nynaeve wants to free land of Moraine. Like that's her goal. But then she feels that it's improper for Rand to be ordering her around. So I don't know. Does that mean there's a modicum of respect for her, or what is that? What is this? Is this just like simple manners?
Plain and simple.
Sexism. Okay, sexism. Okay. I could see that. And then they do talk about Lan. Analin will die on the day he learns that you are dead. According to Mullane. So yeah. So it looks like So it's interesting. So wait. What happens now? Mullane changes her into clothes of a little Aiel girl, and then Egwene just. I guess. Wait. Where is this? Where is this?
Yeah, if you're not careful with your thoughts, but also if you meet someone who's more experienced in Teleran Real than you are, they can change your appearance.
Oh yeah, so they changed Nynaeve's outfit and all that. Yeah. Was it this chapter? I forget. Was it this chapter where she's like dressing up kind of skimpily, and then they show up and they're like, oh, and then she puts back on the woolen dress, the Two Rivers dress or something like that. Is that that was this chapter?
She starts thinking about a boy. Yeah.
Oh boy. So so I'm trying to remember if there was anything else to take away from this.
No, not really.
Not really. Didn't think so.
It's
all right.
It's good characterization. It's setting things up, but I mean a lot
of setup. Yeah.
All right, so let's go into the nice one. Let's go into the big one. What can be learned in dreams? Take what you want and pay for it.
That's a good Kyrian saying.
Yes. So So apparently, so Nynaeve is just like, okay, you know what? The meeting concluded. They leave, and look who we got. We have another guest. We have a guest from down under. Let's have a warm welcome to Aldan. What's up, Aldan?
G'day, nerd man. How are you, mate? G'day, boys.
Doing really good.
Yeah,
thanks for being here.
It's always summer in Australia.
Damn right, Dane. It's a beautiful place.
So we already got 2 chapters done. So we're at chapter 15 now. We're at the What Can Be Learned in Dreams, where Nynaeve goes and finds out what's going on in the tower, and let's just say she has to experience something that's almost traumatic. So let's kind of get to this. So apparently she tries to teleport herself to the Amyrlin Seat study, but because of the fact, and this is one thing that I actually got a big kick out of, and I could thank Robert Jordan's descriptive detail in the prologue. The Amyrlin Seat's chamber is so different that she could not transport herself to it. So she ended up failing to do that. So I think she ended up transporting herself to Sheriam's office, the place of horror, the place of horrors for a lot of novices and all that. So, so we get this, and I think she disguises herself as Melaine. She disguises herself as Melaine, you know, with everything. Was that just is that like a bad thing? Is that like breaking the rules? Like, was that her way of mocking Melaine or something? Is that why she
just being prudent, and that was someone who was front of mind.
Mm-hmm. Okay,
right? Totally fair.
It wouldn't make sense if she showed up there and someone, you know, was in the world of dreams. So.
Yeah, and then she
had to be someone who would naturally slip in and out, who's at the tower.
Yeah. So we got so apparently she encounters Elida, and Elida's like, "Get out of my way, novice," or whatever. I don't know, wherever I forget exactly how she puts it.
I think she just screams, "I am the Amyrlin Seat."
I am the Amyrlin Seat, and it's the way we don't have a Tywin Lannister say. You are not you are. If you have to say you're the Amyrlin Seat, you're not a true Amyrlin Seat. You know, that's like that. That's I don't know.
Anyone who says I am the king is not the king.
Not truly the king. That's one of my favorite moments in that show, in those books. So, so apparently,
encompasses Elida to a T. By the way,
yeah. So apparently, Egwene. So this is where it gets interesting. So Egwene just kind of shows up. And Egwene just completely chews out Nynaeve, and Nynaeve is Nynaeve is completely speechless. Like, she tries to yell back, but Egwene's just dominating. Egwene's just dominating her in this thing, and she doesn't know why. And she's just like, "Let me speak." "No, I'm not letting you speak." And then it's just like she gets completely, I don't even know how to describe it. She just completely gets turned upside down in this entire thing.
A lot of it has to do with Nynaeve's somewhat cavalier attitude towards Teleran Riyadh. But the ironic thing throughout all of this is basically Egwene's exhibiting the exact same attitude. She's gone through the lessons and is trying to act like she's learned stuff, but she's doing the same stuff, right? She's going off on her own, and
isn't she not supposed to be there as well? So
yeah.
Isn't part of it? Part of it was like her like being like defensive, like as in like trying to cover her own ass. Deflection.
It's also human nature too, though. She's gone through the punishments with the wise women, and now she's no longer the new recruit, so she gets to be abusive towards, you know.
Yeah, she loves punching down.
Yeah,
that's her Egwene.
Punching down.
Yeah, she's a bitch.
And then, she decides to. All right,
hang on. Is this way?
It's hazing, you know?
No, not really. But this is
really. Yeah.
For some people, this is the most problematic part of the books, because
Is this where she sets the dudes onto Nynaeve?
Yeah.
Yep.
She creates the
this
nightmare.
Is fucking gross. It's disgusting. Yeah. Sorry.
And she does that to teach Nynaeve a lesson about being in dreams or something, or saying that the dream world can be dangerous or something. Is that basically what it is?
Yeah, it's
kind of.
Now,
That's not her only
all things
motivation, though.
considered, Nynaeve has probably experienced worse so far, and will. Like when you look at what are the threats leveled against her, Moghedian, the Black Aja, the country full of white cloaks, two gross dudes groping her and ripping her shirt off in what she knows is a nightmare as it's being done to her. Is that the worst thing in the world? Well, you're Gen Z and blue hair. It is very traumatic, but like,
I think for a woman to do that to another woman is pretty disgusting, actually.
Yeah,
in part.
No,
but
it's not great, but she
we'll
does
get to the
say
chapter where-
afterwards she once she creates something in the dream world, she doesn't control it. They take on a life of its own. But
all I'll have to say is
still not cool.
Anyone who thinks that this is the worst part of the books is like,
it's not.
Did you read the part about all the people getting impaled in like the later chapter?
No, that's okay. You can hang people from the ramparts. That's all right, Dan.
You just can't have them grope their.
Just can't have them grope girls, yeah.
Even if they're fake people in a nightmare.
I remember Alex. I think Alex made a video kind of talking about this. This is kind of how I found out like Egwene was going to do something bad to Nynaeve in the first place. So I just wasn't sure what that was or when that was until this. So honestly, like I think it's pretty. I mean, honestly, like I'm trying to understand that she's trying to teach her a lesson, but at the same time, I'm with Eldan. It's a pretty bad thing for a woman to do to another woman. So. Well, I think it's bad for anybody to do it.
Anyone, yeah, but especially for another woman, I think it's. But again, it's for a reason, right? RJ's doing it for a reason. He's showing you part of Egwene's character here that you would do well to remember.
So, I mean, like, do you think Egwene was like Robert Jordan designed Egwene to be like that, to be a psychopathic and all that?
I often say, personally, when people talk about Egwene, when I talk about Egwene with people, especially like fellow fans and stuff, I often say, look, to me, Egwene is the bitch that the story had to have, or it never would have. It never would have got where it needed to get. So yeah, and I think that's part of it.
I like how Egwene is like. I like how Egwene thinks she's the main character in the story, and then she realizes she's not in the last book. So.
If only everyone realized Egwene was not the main character, including the people who made a show about Egwene.
Oh boy,
we could only be so lucky, Dan.
So, but yeah. So apparently all this stuff happened. So basically, we apparently, they find out that the Amyrlin's chamber is different. They have. We get the picture of Bonwyn, the red Aja Amyrlin from during the siege of Arthur Hawkwing, and then we get of course Rand fighting Baalsma in the sky, a painting that I'd love to have. I'd love to see I'd love to see a representation of or something. But and something I feel the show should have freaking had. Excuse me. Lyle's here. We can't talk anything.
You're preaching to the choir,
now.
Man.
We can't talk bad about Egwene now. Lyle's here.
So. It's Egwene Lyle's favorite character.
What I will say, like,
she's a great character.
There are a lot of characters in the books that have moments of just being dumb, and being very annoying, but they also all have moments where they really, really shine. Like, I don't think there's a character, at least from my opinion, that doesn't have something that's really cool.
Okay.
I like a lot of what Nynaeve does. I like a lot of Egwene's story. I like a lot of Elaine's story. I even like a lot of Tuon's story. I know a lot of people hate her. Faile.
I can't stand Faile, but early Faile is actually pretty funny. Like
that's the thing. Faile starts off interesting and then gets annoying, and Tuon starts off annoying and then gets interesting.
Yeah.
I enjoyed that little fight between Faile and Berlain. I was just you're not taking my man.
My biggest gripe with Egwene as a character happens later, and I'll let Brian know what that is when he gets there. But for now, let's just bear in mind Robert Jordan is doing character arcs, and thank goodness for this. But all of his characters are flawed, right? If you're if you're properly writing a story, you give your characters a want, a need, and a flaw. Right? They've got something they want, that's their motivation. They got a need, that's what they find out is what they needed to go after all along, and they have a flaw to overcome.
Yeah.
And a lot of modern media is very reticent to give, especially female characters, a flaw, which is why you see flawless characters. But holy shit, Egwene is a flawed character, and then we see that definitely in these chapters.
It makes her more interesting, yeah.
My issue with her as a character is I don't think at the end of the day, and maybe this had to do with completion more than anything, but it's still later RJ books. I don't think she overcomes her flaw.
No, she doesn't.
I think Nynaeve overcomes her flaw in later books, but I don't think Egwene ever got there.
Do you think that might have been the case had Robert Jordan lived and finished the series?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I don't think she was ever getting over. Okay, but that's interesting.
Maybe.
That's an interesting discussion for us to have after Nerdman finishes the series.
Yeah, this is not. Yeah. This is not for someone who's on book 5. This is for like.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Okay.
Text me on Discord what her flaw is.
Okay.
Egwene?
Yeah.
I don't think we could do that in 140 characters.
All right.
I think it might take a little bit longer.
So to keep this moving, so basically Egwene and Nynaeve go through Elaida's things. And apparently, when they move stuff, if they have to be quick about it, or it goes back to where it was, which I thought was kind of funny. And by the way, Dane, it looks like you're broadcasting from like 1987 or something like that.
Yeah, I'm.
Aliens, it's interference, mate. It's the solar flares.
I'm thinking I'm actually thinking Poltergeist. I think Dane is. Dane's,
is it that bad? Like,
no, it's not that bad. It's not that bad. It's just.
I don't think it's actually showing up on the YouTube stream. I think it's just in Streamlabs. The
who knows?
Yeah.
Oh, there it goes again.
Yeah, I'm watching both. I don't think it's coming through on YouTube. It just.
I'm gonna blame it on the sun.
Oh no, it is. I saw it.
Yeah.
Shit.
The sun or the son of. Okay, never mind.
Sun. I'm probably saying where I am at is getting blasted by a solar flare right now.
Oh, I see.
No,
so
that's just a lie.
So apparently they find out that I like how So I like how Nynaeve does not believe Elaida says I am the Amerlin Sea and all that. She's like bull crap. Yeah. And then they get proof that she is the she is the Amerlin Seed.
Well, it's a great moment though, because like she's in the dream world, and so she thinks, oh, this is just Elaida living out her fantasies in her dream. There's no way that could possibly be true. So like I love it's great. It's a great moment.
It's awesome. I thought that was hilarious.
And they're like, oh no, wait, oh no. Oh no. It is true.
So apparently it's not only true, but they find out that like they want Moiraine is supposed to be detained and returned to the tower for treason. Yeah. So because conspiring with Suman with all those trumped up charges and all that. So and so apparently they're like, okay, crap, the tower is split and we have to figure out what's going on here. Where are the blues? They're looking for the blues. I like how they say the blues because I always think of the music. I always think they're seeking the blues or the Blues Brothers or something like that. Baby, don't you wanna know? Sorry, the same old thing, sweet home, Chicago. All right, going back to this. Yes,
I'm on a mission from God.
I'm on a mission from God. Holy Jesus H Christ! I have seen the light. Sorry. I'm getting ahead. I'm derailing this right here.
It's such a good movie, though.
It's a great movie. It's my favorite Chicago. It's my favorite movie in Chicago by far. My favorite musical. If there was a musical I liked, that's a great movie.
Do you even like it more than Chicago?
I've never seen the city or the musical.
The musical Chicago. If Blues Brothers is your favorite Chicago musical, that's kind of a big shit on Chicago, the musical, isn't it?
I've never seen Chicago musical. Didn't it
win the Oscar in like 2002?
Yeah,
means
there's
nothing.
there's a lot of movies that have won Oscars.
Like
I mean,
Gladiator.
you had
I mean-
you had Raiders of the Lost Ark versus Chariots of Fire back in 1981. What won? The one that wasn't popular, so they went with Chariots of Fire. Because
you
it was,
got-
Annie Hall beat Star Wars in '77. What are you talking about?
Call
Yeah,
Me
I
by
mean-
Your Name is a movie about pederastia. So
Eesh,
Oh,
I
good.
don't know.
Al Dan's here being like, I only watch Australian movies. I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. Have
the
you guys
picnic
seen Mad Max?
the picnic at Hanging
like
Rock is an
movies.
awesome Australian movie.
Yeah, that
Mad
is
Max? And
Yeah,
Russell
Oh, yeah,
Crowe,
Mad Max.
he was in
Yeah.
a skinhead movie, wasn't it? And that's why he was
Yeah,
famous.
he was Romper Stomper, but I don't think it was an Australian movie. I don't think Australians made it. We made one good one called The Castle once, which is a pisser, but only if you're an Australian. No one else in the world would understand a fucking word about it, but it's a great movie if you're an Australian. That's about it.
Because everyone's
Oh, Chopper. That's the best one actually. Chopper, Uncle Chop Chop. That's the best movie. We made this movie about a bloody bikey gangland notorious leader who we loved him. It's kind of like modern day Ned Kelly sort of thing.
Oh my god!
It was amazing. It's the best. You should watch that. Uncle Chop Chop. He's amazing.
All right.
Uncle Chop Chop.
Let's
It's
take
called
it
Chopper.
offline.
Yeah, check it out, mate. It's a pisser.
So apparently, so I think we already talked about the arguments. So apparently, now Egwene is dominating her in their. So I don't know how to describe it, but apparently, according to the wiki, it says Egwene has taken charge of their relationship, and Nynaeve is not having it, but she can't really do anything about it. And it gets to a point; she gets so into Nynaeve's head that Nynaeve admits her lie about the was it the fork root, about the fork root and all that. Like, okay. And then Egwene's like, okay, you lied to me, so I'm gonna make you do. I'm gonna do you what you did to everyone else in the Two Rivers. We're gonna make you eat some, was it cat fern and powdered maven's leaf? That's how they. Can't hear you. I can't hear you, Dane. Dane, you sound like a chipmunk.
Robot Dane.
Yeah. So maybe I think Dane literally is in the 80s right now. I think this video drum is happening right now.
it's either that or aliens,
Aliens?
Yeah.
What?
Just like interfering with the,
Oh, I thought like you're talking. I was like, you're talking about the movie?
No,
Alien? The movie. What?
No, it's either. Yeah.
Okay.
All right, you're good now.
I'm good now. Okay.
You're good.
All right. All I'm saying, Egwene's doing this at the exact same time when she's got no moral standing at all
To do so. Yeah, correct.
because she is lying to Nynaeve and Elaine about the situation with her and the Wise Ones. Right? She should not be in Teleran Riyadh without supervision. She's lambasting Nynaeve for being cavalier about it, and going off and being reckless and hunting Forsaken and doing all this stuff and not realizing how dangerous the world is. Egwene's doing the exact same thing at the same time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's.
Is this the first time we really see like the depth of Egwene's hypocritical nature? Like her ability to. Is it the first time we've really seen like Egwene's ability to, like, in her own mind, think that
I think it was always. It was always. It was always there, but this is where it really bubbles up, precisely because she's being confrontational about it.
And it's because she's got a position of power in this relationship, in this moment, right? So it's kind of the first time I think we've seen what that looks like for Egwene, and it's not pretty.
Okay, I'm really curious where this whole Egwene, where her character arc is going to go. This is getting wild right here. So
yeah, it's good. She's cool, man.
All right. So, but yeah. So, anything else about this? We're gonna hop to Egwene's point of view now. If you guys have nothing else about Nynaeve, any other?
Well, if you were paying attention to like one of the last chapters we read this week, you should know where her character arc is going. So.
Who, Nynaeve's?
Oh, no, Egwene.
Oh, Egwene's? Okay. guess. I can't think of it right now. So, but all right. So to keep going, Egwene is. So Egwene wakes up, and with the the knowledge now that they find out that Elida, that Suwan's been deposed and all that. So she decides not to tell Rand. And one thing that we do find out, and like Egwene herself, like despite that nice little to Nynaeve, she's terrified that the wise ones will find out and everything. So yeah, so like you said, like she has no leg to stand on in that situation. So, but she's just like, okay, I know this, but how am I gonna explain this? So, so she decides not to tell Rand about it, but goes straight to Moraine, and Moraine is just basically, I forget what happens. I forget like they're eavesdropping on Rand or something like that. I forget exactly. I forget what exactly went down. Apparently, Avienda is angry with him or something because that's the case. And oh yeah, he spent a lot of time talking with Asmodean, Jason the Tail, and all that. So,
Rand was eavesdropping on the girls, on the women, complaining about him.
Oh. Okay, I'm not sure if that happens here or if that happens later.
I remember that happening, but
okay. But yeah, so basically, Moraine, gets the news that Elida is the Amerlin, and then she's just like, I like how Egwene's just like surprised at Moraine's reaction. Moraine's like, we kind of knew, like Moraine's like, we knew what we were getting into, so right. we just have to. And I think prior to this, like they were like Moraine was worried that. Like with the Amerlin was not going to get the support or anything, but with this, I think it kind of lifts. It kind of lifts a weight because now that they know for sure now that they're not going to get support from the tower. So
gives it clarity.
Well, yeah. Well, now she knows it's not going to matter that Rand's coming over the Dragon Wall with all of the Aiel.
Yeah.
She's like, okay, well, those plans were already going to be ruined anyway.
Yeah, and I like how Moraine's just like, the tower being split apart is worse. And I forget, doesn't she say if I have to die for the tower to be whole again, then so be it? I think that's how she put it. Mm-hmm. Your mic, you got some mic issues, Dane. yeah. Dane, like maybe Dane's in 1986 instead of 87.
No, did you think it's coming? Or maybe.
I've got a shitty docking station. Is it working now?
Yeah,
you're fine now. You're fine now. What are you saying?
I got all these peripherals and I pull them like
maybe too many links in the chain.
Yeah, so fuck. You guys can hear me now. I heard it.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. Now, Moraine laments the split in the tower, and she basically says, I could almost wish every sister had sworn to Elida whatever happened to Swan. Like, so she's got her view of kind of what she deems more important. But yeah, it's like for weeks now, she's been telling Rand what he's planning is completely wrong. He's going to set all the nations against because Swan's approaching all the kings, all the queens of the world. And if you just trust us, everything will be all right. And then it looks at, oh, wait, that whole plan's nuts. Maybe it's a good thing Rand is actually crossing the Dragon Wall with 11 frickin' Aiel clans. The wheel weaves as the wheel wills. And honestly, what I like the most about the ending of this chapter, and I believe it happens here, is where Egwene asks, like, why the hell, Moraine, why are you being subservient to Rand? Why are you doing his bidding? Why are you doing any of this? And she's like, because I remembered how to channel Sadar.
Yeah,
and it's
so
to
good.
surrender to it.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Well, it's almost like she was having a crisis of faith too, and seeing all of this stuff fall apart, and then realizing that following Rand from the beginning was the right choice. Is like her, like, oh no, like he really is the chosen one, and he's actually fulfilling these prophecies, and maybe I just need to shut up and serve him.
let him do what he needs to do. I think there's a clear distinction for her in these chapters. It's pretty good. It's pretty cool actually to watch. But yeah,
It's really good.
yeah.
If only some other characters could learn that lesson a little sooner.
Yeah.
There's the fun in that, mate. There's like 3 books of bullshit to go.
So yeah, they get into some. They bring up a few other things. So apparently, Egwene remembers some of the dreams and all that. So apparently, apparently there's one where Rand is sitting in a chair that belongs to a woman who would be upset or something, which is every chapter almost. Perrin kissing Fael with the two bears. So we actually see. I don't remember if it's here, but I do know, like in the dream world, we do see we do get a glimpse of the two rivers, and they have the banners everywhere. So
Oh, that's not here. I reckon I just read that yesterday with Max. So that's later.
okay, that's probably one of the later chapters. On Tinker Sword, and I love that was a great chapter. The Tinker Sword and the Shadow Rising. Just the whole thing with the one thing, the strongest part, and I've said this before, the strongest part of the Shadow Rising, at least the thing that touched me the most emotionally was the Way of the Leaf stuff in the glass columns, and then the stuff that led to what happened to Aram's family and him being disowned by his grandparents, the way Lewin was disowned by what was his grandfather's name again? Aiden or something, whatever. Yeah, it's weird. Those were probably the strongest parts of the glass columns that I liked. So, but that was I like that. I really enjoyed that part of that aspect of the Shadow Rising. So that was something that really I felt something there. So, but yeah, apparently Matt's throwing dice and blood streaming down his face. I think I have a good idea what that's talking about. Tom Maryland putting his hand into fire only to draw out Moiraine's small blue stone. That's interesting. And then this one intrigued me. A storm rending the earth with identical forked lightning bolts. I'm curious what that all that means. I'm assuming this is read and find out foreshadowing, I hope. So yeah. So yeah, I think this is pretty much pretty much covers this is, I think, the big chapter, but this is not the end of the Nynaeve and Elaine stuff. So, who's Tom?
No.
Who's Tom? Yeah, isn't he going to be in the next season? Didn't they like confirm this?
Yeah,
too bad Steve's not here to answer that.
He's there.
Hey, that happens though. Like, is Perrin even in this book?
Nope.
Yeah. See,
Only
Tom could
in
disappear
Fine
for a season. Whatever.
So now we're moving on to the next chapter, and this next chapter is very, very simple. They wake up, they go get breakfast. I think they get breakfast or something. And look who's in the town with them. Galad's here.
Oh, I love Galad.
Galad's here, and he's like, "What are you guys doing? What are you guys doing here?" And Elaine's just nasty to him. Like Elaine's nasty to him, and she has to explain to Nynaeve like why Galad being there is a problem. So apparently, like, once again, he always does what is right.
He's the textbook definition of lawful neutral.
Yeah,
lawful neutral. So like, according to her, like, there were so many times where Galad has tattled on them, even to the point where he himself got into trouble for it. Like, that's something he's going to do. So, but the thing is, they're like, because the fact that they're looking for him, he's got to probably. I think they're worried that he's going to report them to the White Cloaks or something, and that's why they have to kind of sneak out and everything. So,
well, because we can't hear
you. Can't hear you, Dane.
Well, she mentions after the interaction that. Did you notice how he phrased what he said? He didn't say he was going to help us. You know, he said something else.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right. So yeah, so because I think the offer
hear me now.
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
now.
I don't think Galad's lawful neutral, but I think what's said like at the end.
What do you think
like,
he is?
Well, I don't want to put him in a D&D thing. I think he
Do it.
follows the law when the law is right. But I mean,
okay.
A character who has his own moral compass is actually more akin to like a chaotic good character.
Okay.
Right?
Depending
If
on
the law is
depending on the laws.
unjust, like
Yeah.
a lawful neutral character in D&D, if there's an unjust law, they'll still follow the law.
Yeah, so he's
Galad
nailed
is
from
like
Stormlight.
You're
would-
also pulling from stuff that hasn't happened yet. But
Yeah.
I think you're right.
Galad is a character with a strong moral compass. He always does what is right in his own mind.
And he already
and
decided what that is.
Let's bear in mind too, where this chapter ends with Elaine being like, Galad is now confronted with two things that in his mind must be equally right, and he needs to decide between them.
2 forked lightning bolts?
No, that's not.
Oh, okay.
But I think that's the misnomer. And
That's a
what's
great
actually
line, though.
What's actually kind of funny at the end of this whole arc, when Galad gets them the ship and whatnot, being like, I would never like put you in harm's way. You're my sister. Like what why would you even think that?
Yeah,
Right?
Elaine's
That
perception
was-
of him is not exactly correct. Let's
Right. And that's the whole
Yeah.
reason why they ran away from him, is because of Elaine's
perception.
weird misperception of what Galad and his motivations actually are.
Mm-hmm.
And we learn we learn more. I'm assuming we learn his motivations better in later books.
Well, Galad is a character who, like, and we saw him in The Shadow Rising. He read the Lothar Mantlar books about what should be the principles of the Children of the Light,
Yeah,
and he agreed with them. But I mean,
Yeah.
everyone would agree with them, right? There's nothing bad or controversial about it. So he got enamored with that, and then at the same time, he was very disenchanted with the White Tower and the White Tower politics, largely because of how Swan Sanche basically picked up Egwene and Elaine and used them for their own purposes. And
his
to be
perception,
fair,
perception of that,
but
okay.
But he's probably right about it too, because when you think,
but they weren't
what
unwilling.
What happened to Egwene? Like they left the tower and she got enslaved by the Shanshan. Then they come back and they get sent out as Black Aja hunters right away, and they were literally captured by Soul Sisters to be converted via 13 Murdrell into shadow beings in the Stone of Tyr, where a Forsaken was ruling. Like, dude, put yourself in Galad's shoes. If you knew the half of it, you'd be agreeing with him here. And what
especially as an older brother.
As an older brother, sure.
Yeah.
Like, they weren't unwilling participants. I understand Galad's perspective completely, but
yeah, but you get protective of
girls
your
would have done
sisters.
it anyway, mate. You weren't going to stop them no matter what you did.
But yeah, that's the
But
thing I noticed
that's
about
the irony of the series, and what's so great about it too is like Galad still has the same impulses of an older brother, but let's keep in mind, Elaine could kick the shit out of Galad because she's got the one power.
Yeah.
Right. So and that gets introduced over and over again with this kind of male-female dynamic, and especially in Wheel of Time, and that's what makes it so great. Is like you can empathize from a real-world situation of being an older brother and being like, Elaine shouldn't have been put in this position, but within the world, it's like, well, how could you have helped? Right? How would you have saved her from this? How would you have like made it better? Because she is orders of magnitude more powerful than you ever will be, even with your blade mastery and whatnot. She can wield the one power. She's one of the strongest ones.
Yeah.
So I don't know. It's a fun dynamic. I like to explore it. I enjoy
It's
it.
almost like people are flawed, and Robert Jordan is good at writing that crap.
Yeah, he sure was.
It's one of my biggest pet peeves in just like dumb TV shows is when like entire plot points hinge on the fact that like two characters never talk to each other, and you're like, this is ridiculous. Like in any other situation, they would talk to each other and realize, oh, this was just a big misunderstanding, right? And that's frequently used as like a shortcut for bad storytelling, and this is how you do it right. You have characters talk to each other, but because they have these just competing worldviews, that they aren't able to see eye to eye, and it's great. It's good writing.
Yeah, I agree, and that's what's funny. It's funny too, man, because you'll hear a bunch of people like that will talk about the Wheel of Time, that will talk about the miscommunication in the wheel being something that frustrates the hell out of them and all this. And why can't they just talk to each other and this sort of thing? And
But they do. That's
I
the
know
thing. They do.
I know
Yeah.
they do.
It's
That's what I
not
find
just
it
a case of like, oh, you did this and I thought you did that. Like,
Yeah, no,
it's a case of
correct. It's what you
you know,
said. It's
yeah.
like my worldview tells me the world looks like this. Yours tells you that it looks like this. When we talk to each other, we're talking across each other.
Yeah.
And so therefore, nothing's going to get done. And he depicts it so perfectly, and that but people just can't see it.
especially when there are so many like good examples of it being done badly. Like you can't complain about this. Like like the one time where it could possibly be compared is I can't talk about it because it's the ending of this book.
You just talk.
I keep forgetting. I keep forgetting that you haven't read the books.
How far did we get, Nerdman? Where are we going up to today, mate?
We're going up to
29.
29. So the
there-
the
Where
Hadnon
Sandra
Kader.
gets cut in pieces.
There is an instance where you're like, okay, if these characters ever just sat down in the same room and talked, you'd realize, oh, okay, then they'd be on the same page. But because the world is so big, they never get to talk, and so there is an instance of that in this book in the series. Yeah,
one.
So, but yeah, that's great points. That's pretty cool, man. Thanks for sharing that. So,
sorry to be super cryptic about that.
Yeah, it's fine. But yeah, that's the one thing is that when people say things to each other in this book and this in the series, and this is something. I mean, I think Prophet of the Dragon is probably has nailed it the most, or hit me in the head the most on that idea, is that the things that they say or that they think they know, they actually don't. So all the things that the Aes Sedai claim are to be the case may not be the case.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So and then things that that people say may be wrong. So I mean that's
and when you're getting it from their perspective chapters, it's presented as fact.
Yes,
because that's what the character believes.
Yes. So whenever I hear, whenever I read a chapter from like a certain point of view, like let's say Moraine or something, and she talks about, oh, I know this for sure and I know that for sure, like this can't be done or that can't be done. And I'm just like, it might be able to be done. You guys just think that you don't actually know it, because I mean the thing that is that a lot of knowledge was lost over the years. So a lot of temporal displacement. Is that how Robert Jordan puts it?
Yeah.
So
he liked the idea of stories changing and morphing through time and space.
Yeah.
And it really plays up in some. Well, what I think the archetype for this is the epilogue to book 6.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh,
where he basically spells it out like,
hey, this big thing happened,
and then the story basically moved away from there, and it got changed with every retelling.
It's such a beautiful epilogue.
You'll love it when you get there. But yes, there's definitely a theme from the Wheel of Time.
Okay.
It's basically he's just like miles away from this. The story had already changed and people were saying this. And then years from now it will be described like this. And centuries from now it'll be described different. You know, here are the things that people take away, and it's great.
Well, can't wait to read that eventually. I can't wait to read that. So pretty soon. So
I can't wait to get through all these fucking Nynaeve chapters.
we're all. I don't think there's any more. I don't think after this we're not going to see Nynaeve for the rest of the stream. So, so what are they going to do?
Maybe.
So now that they feel that they're in danger because of Galad being, you know, who he is and all that, they decide, okay, we have to sneak out. We have to sneak out and find our way back to Valen Luca, the red cloaked circus guy. And there's just, and I just like, so they basically I think the rest of this chapter is like Nynaeve trying to figure out like what to take or something, or what to wear or something. Just, I don't know, stuff like that. So
I have to leave that dress and I have to do this, and yeah, it's do an inventory of what they have. It's great though.
Yeah, so apparently, so they're basically they basically meet up with Valen Luca. He's pissed off at Nynaeve and all that for saying, "Here, suck on this silver."
Rightfully so.
Suck on this silver and everything. I'm just trying to remember what else I forget what else they do. They talk. Oh, Valen wants Valen. They're offering to pay. I think they offer to pay. They're trying to negotiate. And they offer to pay. And they. I think Nynaeve doesn't want to do any work. She's like, well, we don't want to pay. We'd rather have you do work. Or Elaine, maybe maybe you and I can, you could ride with me and we can. It's like no. No, I won't. I'd rather clean shit. Or I forget how that goes. But Elaine.
Chapter 17.
Elaine
right?
would rather. Yeah, wants.
So
Elaine would rather. Yeah, so Elaine would rather be on a tightrope. Would rather be on a tightrope, even though she's cheating and basically channeling a path for her. Isn't that what? She's channeling
she makes a path of air, so it's like easy as hell for her to she can't fall off, and then she does cartwheels like she knew how she could, and then Julian comes up and has no idea.
She doesn't tell him anything. She just says, "Come on, it's good. Come on in. The water's fine."
Yeah.
Like, no, it's not. It's.
And then apparently that becomes a great show dynamics. Like I love how you're like so comfortable with this,
and he's terrified,
and then he's like terrified the crowd will love it.
And I like how they bring up the fact that the previous guy, the one that came up with this little thing, Cedrin,
just died.
He knew what he was doing. We just buried him a few hours ago. Blah, blah. It's just like, oh Jesus.
But here's the mindfuck thing. It's like that's the pattern. Paving the way for Elaine and Nynaeve to actually have a piece of the show.
Yeah.
The wheel weaves as the wheel wills. They're kind of quasi Taviran, probably.
I like how they have to. I forgot to say this.
Sorry.
I like how they had to. I like Elaine's little cover story for why they're on the run. Why they want to go to Galdon instead of going back. Like, I don't want to marry someone, and I'm from Kyrie, and I don't want to marry someone who's thrice my age and twice and who's half my height. And
so I ran away and joined the circus.
yes.
And she's got her eyes set on a red-haired Anderman, which is also not a lie.
Nope, that's not a lie. I think I know who she's talking about. Yep.
Frothing.
I do really like that the young girls have all just simultaneously decided that they're going to try and keep the oaths, even though they've never sworn them. By never telling a lie.
A lie.
Hey, but the truth that's told with bad intent beats all the lies you can invent.
Amen. That is correct.
So apparently, the other big thing in this chapter is apparently there's another character named Sarandon, who is the boar horse trainer, the elephant trainer. And she keeps saying she's from Shara, but she's actually from Shan-Chan. She's one of the people that was left behind from Shan-Chan. They're like, hey, I know that accent a mile away, that you're from Shan-Chan and everything. And I forget what else that we learned. I forget what else we learned about her. They're just like, we're not going to hurt you and all that. I think, the big thing about the Shan-Chan that they learned in the last book was that they're not all evil. They just simply don't know that. I think the big realization from the last book for Egeanin was that apparently Damani are not the only ones that can channel. Apparently Suldam can also. They also have the ability to channel. They just have to be taught how to channel. Whereas Damani don't have to be taught.
As it's been established from book one, there are people who have the spark, which is people who are going to channel no matter what. It's born into them, and they're going to manifest those abilities no matter what happens. which means if they aren't trained, they've got a 1 in 4 chance of surviving.
Yeah,
because most people will die. But wilders, as the Aes Sedai call them, if they survive, that's 1 in 4. Those are the self-taught ones. False dragons that can channel, like Logain, those also have the spark because there's no one out there to train them. But there's a bigger pool, a wider pool of people who could access the one power if they were only shown the way. And the White Tower, for large part, a lot of women go to the White Tower not knowing if they can channel, and they decide, they see if they can, and those would be the equivalent of Soldom. So ones without the spark that could. Some go to the White Tower and then don't have that. There's a character you meet later on. That was her whole motivation. She went to the White Tower to see if she could be trained, even though she didn't have the spark. Turns out she couldn't. Became a dark friend, evil witch, but you'll meet her later on. She's got kind of a cool arc.
Okay, interesting.
You've already met her, but you don't know who I'm talking about because this part of her motivation hasn't been established yet.
Ah, I see. Okay.
But in regard to the Shan-Chan too, what I love about their culture is their motivation is basically the same as the White Tower's philosophy. And it's so funny that they hate each other so much. Because the Shan-Chan are like it's in their prophecies and their culture that they're going to come and save the world from the last battle by controlling everything and bringing everyone together as a whole and then fighting the last battle. And that's exactly what the White Tower wants to do with Rand. They want to keep him on a leash, control him, and so that they win.
Well, I'm going to take issue with that in part, but I don't know how many of the prophecies Brian's read and what's coming. But there is a prophecy, and I think it happens already. But Brian, please forgive me if you haven't heard this one.
That's fine. Go ahead.
But it's the unstained tower bends its knee to the forgotten sign.
Don't recall.
That might be the prologue to the next book.
Okay.
But there is a POV that happens later from a Shan-Chan point of view. And I don't think this is a spoiler because I also don't think this is a prophecy, which is the Shan-Chan believe quite clearly that the Dragon Reborn needs to kneel to their crystal throne.
Yeah.
And this is the only clear prophecy in the entire books. It's the only unequivocal one. And therefore, it's like the only one that obviously someone wrote after the fact and is a complete fraud. So all the Shan-Chan believe the Dragon Reborn needs to submit to their crystal throne. But oddly enough, all the prophecies on this side of the ocean don't mention this at all.
One thing, and I might have brought this up on another stream, that I thought was very interesting in The Great Hunt, especially the flicker stuff. Yeah. Every reality that Rand experiences, the Shan-Chan invade in every reality. So I'm curious if we learn why that is in every why that is in every reality, like how strong they are in the pattern or whatever.
Probably just because they're always going to return no matter what.
Always going to happen.
Always going to happen. Yeah.
Do we understand why? I mean, do we get clarification why that was always going to be?
You'll understand.
Okay.
Yeah. It's one of those main threads, right?
Yeah.
It's one of those main plot points. Like
if you're talking like conspiracy theory and like why Robert Jordan wrote it that way, I think there's some parallels to like the gathering of Israel before the second coming of Jesus.
All right, QAnon. Let's move on to the next chapter.
I'm just saying a lot of his stuff is like, based on world stuff,
So So I like
it was always going to happen. Like, let's just tie it back to what Balsamon was saying in the first book, right? About him talking, whispering in Arthur Hawkwing's ear and sealing 2 dunes, right? One then and one to come. Like, he was telling Hawkwing to send his son across the sea, and he was also telling Hawkwing to like break from the White Tower. But it's kind of it's a main plot point, which is like Hawkwing, 1,000 years before, big, spanning empire, sends his son across the sea. It was always destined to come back. Always destined to come back. So the big return of the Shan-Chan, although we're in its lull right now, becomes a major plot point in later books.
Okay.
They're coming back.
Interesting. So, all right. So let's, and other than that, Sarandon says, "Oh, you must really be ladies," and all that. And then she starts kneeling to them. They're like, stop it. Get up.
Fuck up.
Everybody's like, what's going on? So apparently they're going to question her, ask her stuff about the Shan-Chan. And I think that's pretty much the end of the Nynaeve stuff here. So, finally. So now we're in the Hound of Darkness. So we're in the bad guy. We're in the bad guy chapters. We're in the Leandrin chapter.
Oh, but one quick note, Brian, did you note who is with the traveling menagerie that you would have met before? Fireworks.
The Illuminators. Yeah, the Guild of Illuminators.
Man.
So
Eludra shows up again.
What's her name again?
Eludra.
Was she the one that Matt encounters in the Dragon Reborn? Was that her?
In the Hayloft.
Yep.
Okay.
And Rand met her the book before that, the Dragon Reborn. Or sorry, in
the Great Hunt.
The Great Hunt.
When everything blew up. That was Eludra.
Yep.
Yeah. I wish I
the reason she gets like fired?
Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah, I think so. See, I wish I remembered that. So if it was if it was a little bit more important in the story, I probably would have caught that. So that's a pet peeve I have with this. That's another
here's the thing
I have with the series.
She was the girl that was in the Hayloft that came into when they were Matt and Tom when they were on the run. So she was the girl with the wagon that came into the Hayloft that they jumped down, and it's probably one of the first times Matt just did his hero thing. It was rad. It was awesome.
Yeah,
it's a good scene. But here's the thing, Brian. Eludra, more than anything else about Val and Luca's menagerie, is more critical to the plot than the boar horses and the acrobats and everything else. So the fact that Eludra's there, that's important.
Okay.
The fact that there's a traveling circus, it's more of a vehicle for Eludra. So we'll bear that in mind.
So, all right. So Eludra, keep Eludra in mind.
We get to see Elaine's pins. It's the Elaine's legs.
She's got good legs.
Oh, so, all right. So, all right. Well, thanks for that. That was I didn't pick up on that. Dang it. So, I guess it's really tough remembering all these characters.
Oh,
you can't remember it all, mate.
Like
you can't remember it all.
Yeah. So I don't know. It's just like Egyanan, for instance. Like, I didn't realize until they say in the chapter that Bail Doman encountered her. Then I looked back to the Great Hunt, and she was the one that was on his ship when they got captured in the Shan-Chan chapter. So I was like, oh, okay. So
yeah, there's a lot I didn't catch on to in my first read, but reading through again, there's so much. You're just like, I forgot that these characters met so soon,
I can't wait for the next book and to see if Brian recognizes Pater Connell. Oh, maybe he'll write that name down now. And
I'm not writing this name down.
Good.
No way. All right, so apparently we get a nice little Leandrin chapter right here.
So good.
Oh wait, I'll read Whisker Fisherman's thing. Member. On reread, I like Valen Luca and that side plot a lot more than the first read. Okay.
I second that 100%. I'm really enjoying it at the moment, which is so strange, but it's true.
Okay. So apparently we get a Leandrin point of view chapter here, and they're basically in and they're in Amador themselves, and apparently they go to this place, Joran Areen's house or something. Yep. And apparently this is like their dark friends or something, and I think they torture the owner or something. They torture the owner, and the wife is just like begging them to, like, he didn't do anything wrong. So I don't know if they just kind of seized the house from a random dark friend. I don't know how
They're not.
I wish we knew how the whole dark friend network kind of worked and all that with this.
Sorry, that's an inside joke. People will get it. Oh, Dan, you know this one, right?
Mm-mm.
No? Damn.
It's like their secret signal, right?
Well, it's one of them. Someone shows up and they've got their thumbs between their first two fingers, and
yeah,
never mind. Upon hindsight, I know this looks kind of gross.
It does look. I was trying to work out what you were doing, mate. What the fuck? How much is Dane drunk?
No, I got that.
I'm not just drunk. I am drunk, but I do remember that one where it's just like dark friends being like, "Oh, okay, they knew who is who because they put their thumb through their first and second fingers."
It's a quick way to signal to other dark friends you're meeting for the first time. Yeah, I remembered that, but I definitely did not remember Peter Connell. I had to Google that one.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Did you just Google that?
Yeah.
Oh, shit. All right.
Well, I've read the books.
Yeah, okay. That's fair. No one catches that. I didn't catch that till like my fifth reread, to be fair. But, oh, well.
It's because it doesn't matter.
In part. I felt bad for the guy until like I remembered, oh, wait, it's this dude. And then I didn't feel so bad. And I was like, oh, cool.
Got it.
White Cloak's got a guy.
So
score. All right, are we getting back?
Yeah,
to
back to that. So apparently Leandrin is let into this house by the wife, and I remember the wife kind of begs, "Oh, he didn't do anything. He didn't mean it. Honest." I don't even remember what happened. I don't even remember what happened to the husband, to the owner, but. She directs her to where the rest of the Black Aja are, and apparently there's not all of them are there. Some of them are there, and there's another person there, and all the rest of them are like terrified. Like all the Black Aja there are terrified. They're not doing anything. They're not saying anything, and we find out that there's this person from last book who she was verbally abusive to, I think, when we were in that dark friend, that Black Aja chapter with her again, and we lost Dane. We lost Dane. Dane got disconnected. So
those solar flares, mate. It's probably the Russians.
Yeah. Dane. We miss you, Dane. Well, we hope you come back. We hope you come back one day. No, I'm kidding. But yeah. So apparently, Tamail Kinderode, the person that Leandrin was mean to in the last book. Well, she's actually Magedian. We didn't know. We didn't even know. So she is actually Magedian, and no. Tamail Kinderode. That's not her. Gildan. Gildan is the
servant.
Sorry, Gildan, the servant, is actually Magedian. Sorry. And then she tries to channel. It's like you, and then she tries to channel, and oops, she's shielded. So now Magedian's just being a bad guy. She's like, I'm going to give you instructions, Leandrin. I think I need to teach you a lesson in humility or something. And then compulsion is. They try to use compulsion. She gets blocked and all that, and poor Leandrin gets punished for it.
I just feel so bad for her.
Oh yeah, it's super bad. It's actually pretty bad.
She's the main character of season 2.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Who's the main character of season 2?
Leandrin.
Oh, Leandrin had the most dialogue. And we lost Dane again. Oh shit! Wow. But yeah. So apparently, Meganian is just like, do you know anything about Nynaeve Almera? And they're like, and then Leandrin's like, I hate Nynaeve Almera. Oh, then we're besties then. We're definitely going to we're definitely gonna hunt her ass down. So yeah. So now Nynaeve and Elaine are being hunted by the Black Aja and Meganian herself. So I'm curious where that goes. They know they were in Sienda, but they disappeared. So they're trying to they're trying to figure out where they went next. So but yeah, it was a fun little bad guy chapter, to raise the stakes a little bit. I think the book needs it. I think the book needs it to, for the reader to get more invested in. So especially a first time reader like moi.
Yeah, it's good seeing the little snippets of the other side. They are good when they pop up. I always think it was cool. It's funny here. It's funny here how like Leandrin approaches this situation too, right? Like she comes in and she's like, what are you still doing? Blah blah blah. And then she realizes what's happening. And then she's like trying her hardest not to have a confrontation. And she's trying to be subservient, but like deep down, she knows that she really wants to have a crack. And Gideon forces her to it in the end and gets her ass handed to her. So there was this interesting.
I love that she just panics too when it dawns on her. Oh no! Like I've treated this woman horribly.
Yeah.
And then she's just like, she gets punished for it, and she's like, I don't want to get punished. She's like, I like how Meganian's like, well, if you screw up, I'll have to punish you again. And she's like, I don't want to get punished again. And I just like how she just completely got smacked down by her. So it's nice to see the Forsaken being, bad and being, terrifying, especially being bad to other bad characters. I always find those things fun. I always find that type of dynamic fun in a story. Bad guys encountering even badder bad guys and being punished for it, so I don't know, something I like. Other than that,
it's sadistic, Brian.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I know. We're not Laura. I'm not Laura Chaos yet. Well, that's Laura Chaos is next. Once I finish Fires of Heaven, I'm going to start Lord of Chaos right away. Probably do a book club thing 2 weeks after the final one for this book. So stay tuned for that. So I think that's pretty much it. I don't think there's much else to talk about here. I'm curious if Jaqen Caradan makes an appearance in this book, because in the last time we see Leandrin in her own chapter, she basically is, first time we see Leandrin in The Shadow Rising, she basically tortures Jaqen Caradan and basically makes him her dog. So I'm curious where that's going to go. If that even goes anywhere in this book or in the next book or something. So
you will see Bors again.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
But probably not in this book.
I'm trying to remember.
There's so many names. There's so many names. I'm trying to Google it.
I don't think
now. He
Jaqen
shows up
again. The questioner. Is he in this book or well, I know he shows up later. I don't know if he shows up in this book though, or if he shows up in Lord of Chaos.
He's in
Crown of Swords.
He's in Lord of Chaos.
Okay. All right, makes sense. So I'm curious where that goes, but I guess I'll have to read and find out. So
you shall.
All right. So the next we got another interesting little chapter. So apparently Morghese. So I didn't talk about Morghese last time. So going back to chapter 1, I think. So apparently. So the one thing I forgot to talk about last time was Altama's point of view. So apparently the High Lady Altama, the one that Rand kind of forced her to, or Rand kind of maneuvered her into a dangerous position to the point where she was. Well, I mean, everybody knew she was going to murder her husband.
Yeah, she poisoned. She tried to. She almost did.
Yeah. So the husband is with her political enemy, and I just like how she faints and then she gets helped up by her political enemy, and she's like, I gotta get the F out of here or they're gonna kill me. And so so now she's in Camelin, basically trying to start over using her whoever she knows in Camelin to, you know, to start. And so she ends up getting an audience with Lord Gabriel, and Lord Gabriel just, you know, just uses compulsion on her. Is that pretty much all Lord Gabriel knows how to do is compulsion? He just compulses.
It's not all, but
everybody.
It's his favorite.
It's not all. He's very good at it. Yeah, some of them are especially good at it.
Like he compulses that Aes Sedai, that I forget if she was Brownage or something.
I mean, think of how useful it is. Wouldn't you be using it all the time?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah,
you're a bad dude, 100%.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if you're a bad dude, that's what I meant.
Yeah.
Not that I wouldn't. Okay.
So the one thing that's very important that I liked about the first book, especially with, you know, the capability of doing things that could hurt somebody and just resisting that, which is, I think, what was Parent's arc with or Parent's lesson with Elias. I think Elias is the one that tells him, if you have this kind of capability, the best thing to do is to not use it, or to know, or to know,
well,
like, you know.
Yeah, he told him if you grow to love it, then throw it away, the axe. But until then, you're okay to hang on to it.
Beautiful.
Yeah, Bush. We know Lord Gabriel is Ravin. We know he's Ravin. Ravin is revealed in chapter 1, which we're talking about right now.
Yeah.
So apparently, I think Ravin learns quite a bit about. You
knew he was a Forsaken since book 3 when Matt was listening into him.
Yeah. So he's listening into it, and they're calling.
Friend. Yeah.
So I figured it out. So I knew he was bad news, obviously, because he's trying to have Elaine killed. But we hear the title Great Master, and it was the first time we hear the title of Great Master. And then when they say Great Master to High Lord Salmon, who is a Forsaken, that's kind of when I figured out, okay, this guy Lord Gabriel in Camelin is also a Forsaken and everything. So, and I figured that out right then and there, and everyone's like, oh, just read and find out. So,
nice.
So we got Dane. So Dane, this is the fourth time the charm now?
I think so. I think my problem was all on the docking station, and I'm not using that anymore. So I'm using the like camera of the laptop, and I got the mic here now, but I don't need to use anything. I don't have all my other peripherals, so that's why the angle on me has changed.
Okay, there you go. So let's hope you stay with us. You know, you're not trapped in 1986 or 1985 now. I'm going further back every time. So, but yeah. So we forgot to talk about last week. We forgot to talk about Eltama and Camelin and Morghese at the end of chapter 1. So
we didn't really forget. I think we knew about it, and then we just decided not to talk about that.
Yeah, so I'm curious what Altama's role is going to be, because she gets compulsed by Ravin, and she tells him everything about what she would try to do and why she's there, and Rand al'Thor and all that. So I'm curious where that's going to go. And then right after that, Morghese starts to realize something is off, and I don't know what it is. But she's
I love this chapter. I loved this when I read it recently.
I like this part, but I also like just how many little teeny chapters we get from like Dark Friends in the first half of this book. Like just seeing a glimpse into that world and seeing their maneuverings all over the world is very interesting. But yeah, Morghese's chapters are really, really fun.
This is just cool, man. Like you said there, man, when she's just like, so she's just, something's not quite right. And the way that it's conveyed on the page, like through, I think like early on, she's just like, she's just starting to ask herself questions like, why am I doing this? Why did I do that? Why did Gabriel do that? And then she storms in to talk to me about it or some shit, doesn't she? Like, she's like,
just finds herself turned around.
Yeah.
But what's great about this is how the setup for how we should recognize what's happening to her was established in the earlier book, right? Because Elaine and Nynaeve went through all this when they got compulsed by Moghedien.
Yep.
Yeah.
So the reader, if we're attentive, should realize, okay, this is how Robin is playing the game, right? He's going into Camelin, he's finding a queen, he's using compulsion, and just how easy it is for him to basically manipulate his way into power.
Yeah.
If he was doing that. And the beautiful thing, none of that gets explained like later on. Like the reader's supposed to know this is exactly what's going on.
Okay. I like how one thing I liked is that like one thing that I thought was great with this was like especially with Morghese, and this is like you said connected to the whole thing with Moghedien and Nynaeve and Elaine in the last book. When you're compulsed, like I like how like you have that drive to want to you have that drive you get this pleasure in carrying out the command and everything. And so I like how she's trying to fight that. So like when she has Talon, like when she wants to get Talonvor, she actually sends Leni to get Talonvor, so that because I don't think she trusts herself. She doesn't trust herself to stay put or to not follow, because Gabriel says go back to your room, we will talk later or something like that. So
yeah, she can't move. She figures if she starts moving, she's no way she's going to know where her feet are going to end. And we just saw that, right? Because like Tex just said before, she went to talk to him about shit and got herself turned around and sent back already. So she's like, "Wow, this is whack." So yeah, that you're right, man. She's like, I can't move until I saw there's something out. Something's fucked.
Yeah,
it's really cool.
She's terrified. Like I have to act right now, otherwise. The next time I'm going to speak to him, I'm going to forget all about this. That's great.
Yes.
So what do you guys think of Leni? I thought she was a fun little old lady that is basically there for Morghese when Morghese doesn't know what to do.
One of the best sayings in the whole book series being like, if I said it and I'm old, it's an old saying.
Yep. Pretty much, yeah. So, I thought that was funny.
Yeah, nah, she's awesome, man. She's great. What a great thing too. Like we've had 5 books of Elaine's little musings about my wetness. Leni said this, or Leni would say this, or whatever, and then all of a sudden, bang, you've just met Leni full noise.
You meet her, and then you get a couple new ones.
Yeah.
It's really hard to pick a favorite side character in the Wheel of Time, because there's so many that are just full of just really well written.
No, there's different tiers of them. Leni is like a minor character, but she's like a favorite minor character.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I like how she must be
someone that's like
that's what I meant. Like the teeny tiny ones that only have a couple lines.
Yeah,
she's a side character of a side character. She's awesome.
I like how I didn't realize it, but Leni is she's up there in age, because she was wet nurse for Morghese, and I think she was wet nurse for even Morghese's mother, who I think is deceased at this point. Yeah.
Yes.
And then we learned quite a bit about how Morghese came into power or something. So she left the tower. So she went to the tower, and then she came back to put in her claim to the throne. I forget how she. I forget who she was related. I forget how she was related. She was one of the from one of the houses, House Drakond, I believe. Yeah, House Drakond is one of the houses. I forget how she got. Do they elect a queen? I forget how that works in Camelin.
They don't really elect.
Like,
it's not an election.
You get like supporters and
because
it's not an election.
There are 19 great houses in Andor. Only women are eligible to be queen. This goes back to Ishara, who is the first queen of Andor.
Yeah.
So it's
like appointing a Supreme Court justice, kind of.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So someone gets all right. So someone gets appointed.
The representatives
House Mantir, which was the house that ruled before, didn't have they had a daughter heir, but that was Tigraine, who got convinced to go across the Dragon Wall.
Yeah, and then I think her mother was the queen. Her mother was the queen, and because
then the queen died, and then
there was no heir. And so
no air, and then it's basically open season for all the great houses.
So they're gonna
And then
build
it's about
support.
coalition building, wars, and whatnot.
Yeah, you
and
fish
house
around, look
and-
for supporters, and
and
she had the most.
she married Tigraine's husband to kind of seal the
alliances.
alliances and all that.
The biggest political thing going on in Andor at the time, and mind you, this is before the Aiel War, because that would only happen a couple of years later, was the incessant warfare between Andor and Kyrian over their border disputes. So that Terengel Damodred had married Tigraine Mantir, was supposed to put an end to that. When Morghese became the front runner and then married Tigraine as well in order to perpetuate that alliance and the peace, that was basically just sealing the deal politically.
Yeah, that's correct, Bush. That's correct.
I have to go.
Oh, okay. All right. Technically Mexican.
Yeah.
You have anything you want to promote? I know you are doing your own stream right now, so
Yeah, I've got my regular live stream at 7.
You've become the competition. You've become
in
the
10
enemy.
minutes. So if you want to piece out of this boring conversation and hear me talk about Avatar: The Last Airbender, you can head over to my channel.
How was
Yeah.
that show, by the way?
It's bad.
I didn't hate it at the end of
It there
It's got good parts
are
too.
parts of it that are good though. Like there is something there to like. It's just the writing is so bad.
I'm watching
want
the
great
I'm watching the animated show. Currently, I'm on book 2, and
the kids show has better writing. Yeah.
The animated show is superior. So I mean, to me, this is just another case of an unnecessary live action inferior adaptation. So I mean, there are people out there that are saying they're liking it. Me and Steve watched episode 3 where they combined like 4 or 5 episodes into a single one, and I think it was episode 3. I didn't think it was terribly executed.
I only watched the first 4 episodes, and I'm talking about those. And then next week I'm doing the next 4. But
I finished it yesterday, man. There's a couple of good ones. I felt like 5 and 6 are actually pretty okay.
Yeah,
Right?
I haven't gotten there yet. So
The one where they escape.
4 was garbage.
The one with the guy, the one with the guy in the mask, and they escape the castle and all that.
That's some of the best.
Which is my favorite
yeah.
episode from the first season.
Okay.
How, is Aldan? Did they execute that one pretty well?
Probably not up to the standard that you're going to want. To be honest, it's the best it's the best things that they do right for the season.
Yeah.
That section, the Zuko stuff, that's the best thing that they
Well-
do, and it was actually worth watching. It was actually okay, but is it going to be up to scratch for you? I doubt it, mate.
It's better than the M. Night Shyamalan movie. Absolutely.
It's way better than The Wheel, for example. Like, it's not an abomination.
Yeah.
I rank these things on, is it an abomination? Like,
No,
is it
it's
completely
just-
disrespectful?
it's just not
Or is
good.
it just bad?
Yeah.
Yeah, this one fits that category.
But yeah, I'm going to talk about that. I've got the underground YouTubers coming on to talk about that. And next week I'm streaming with the Prophet. I think Wednesday we're talking about the Elric of Melniboné.
Oh yeah, I still haven't finished book 3, or I haven't finished book 3 yet. So
Well, you could. I think we're just talking about book 1. So if you want to jump on, you can.
yeah, I listened to all book 1, dude. That audiobook of
That's
that
fun.
Elric, like that like I feel like that I don't know who I forget
He's
that
good.
narrator, but every time I listen to his voice, I feel like I earn like 10 man points.
Nice.
Erkun, Elric, you are going to die. You know,
Yeah.
I love like that acting was it's so over the top, but it's so awesome. Like I like it's so easy to listen to. And
I don't know about you,
I think
Alden,
this is
but I don't think I need to earn any more man points.
You've got them all. You've got
Well,
all the man points.
Dane.
Dane.
That's what I'm
Erkun,
doing.
and you are going to knock into the sea. You know, because that's just I love it's so fun. It's such a fun audio. It's such a fun audio.
What's that one? That Elric? I think I asked you about this before. I'm gonna have to look that up. That sounds interesting to me.
Elric of Melniboné.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fun. Michael Moorcock.
Melniboné. Yeah,
It's
the Melnibonéans are
great
basically the
pulp.
Valerians. Yeah.
Pulp fantasy.
Pulp fantasy.
It's fun. So that's what I'm doing this week. I had a video do pretty well last week because I was criticizing Daniel Green again. Got me in a little bit of hot water, but it's fun. It was worth it.
Oh, another Daniel Green. Okay.
Yeah, he made a really, really dumb comment on Twitter.
Of course he did.
He finally criticized the production company of the Wheel of Time TV show, but not for butchering the books because AI. So.
Oh wow.
But
yeah, everybody watch Technically Mexicans response to Daniel Green about a certain issue with books. I won't.
It's basically a follow up to that one, yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah. Just enjoy talking about the rest of the books. And no matter what you say, I love the stuff between Swan Sanche and Gareth Bryn, and anyone who complains about it is wrong. So look forward to that. Look. I mean, come on. It's a gender swapped as you wish scenario. Okay.
All right, man.
Okay. Bye.
All right. Take care. And then there were three. So
I'm gonna have to relocate pretty soon too, man.
Oh, okay. All right. So it's gonna be a meet.
Trashing the Swan Sanche and Gareth Bryn stuff now that Alan's gone.
What's wrong with Swan? I like the Bryn stuff too. It's the stuff that Max doesn't fall asleep for. It's hilarious. This part of the book, right? In this book, it's so funny. He when the girls start their chapters, he's like out like a light in about 2 minutes. But whenever it's like one of Bryn's chapters or one of the boys, he's like awake at the end of it and asking questions and shit. It's just, I'm like, yeah, okay. But he just sleeps through the circus, and I'm like, that's fair. I probably skipped it when I was your age, so you know.
All right, Brian, you're gonna have to tell me where I am because I'm down to one screen and I can't have the.
Where are you at?
Yeah,
you're in Canada. You're in Canada, aren't you?
What are we even talking about nowadays?
We were talking about more gays. We were talking about more gays. We were talking about the Succession. So I think big. So what really got her got her to be a little more autonomous of the compulsion was that she realized that because like I think she talks to Gabriel. She goes outside into the courtyard. Gabriel's sitting on the fountain, and he's got a whole bunch of people around him, assembled around him, and these are all of like her political enemies. These are people that opposed her her succession or her ascension into being Queen of Camelot or Queen of Andor. So she's just like, okay, there's something wrong here. He's trying to depose me and everything, and that's where she goes to Leany. She doesn't realize she has this little heart to heart with Leany.
She goes to talk to him, doesn't she? She goes to talk to him about something.
It's because Rebellion had been raised. Yeah, the Two Rivers is in Rebellion.
Yeah.
And then he basically hand waves it, being like, don't worry, that's taken care of.
Yeah.
That'll be taken care of later. We got to deal with Kyrian. I think Kyrian is what's foremost on his mind and all that. So I'm really curious. I know I'm asking this too early, but I'm really curious what's going to happen in Kyrian. I know it's a read and find out. So, but I'm curious where that's going to go.
Yeah,
because you have the people from Tyr, because people from Tyr in the last book are marching up to Kyrian. Then you have, Rand, you have Couladin and the Shido are marching onto Kyrian with Rand following, and then you have frickin' Ravine and Andor trying to go there too. So it's like a three-way thing. What's gonna happen? And then you have Rand behind, and I'm curious. I'm really curious. So yeah, I'm gonna be powering through this the next couple of weeks. So yeah, So apparently, Talonvor doesn't like to be called a boy. Talonvor does not like to be called a boy, even by his queen. And
young Talonvor.
I think Talonvor is the only one that will swear to his queen. No one else in the palace swore to the queen. They swore to Andor, I think. Isn't that the case?
Sort of the throne.
Throne, but not to the queen herself. So she's just like, okay, I think I need to reestablish my rule elsewhere. So she flies the hell out of there. And so her, Lainey, and Talivor is like, Talivor, who do I go to get to help me get spirited out of the city? Oh, the Queen's man himself, Basil Gill. And so they go to the Queen's blessing, and Basil Gill's like, I haven't fought, but I'm going to fight for you. I haven't fought since the Isle War, even though I'm overweight and and everything. But yeah,
isn't that wonderful?
Yeah. Yes. I thought that was great.
So here's the trivia question for Brian here. So you meet the Queen meets Basil Gill. Lam Gwyn is there too. So that's you met him in book 1. He was the street tough
man.
Yeah, he's the one that was like, he was the one that was kind of keeping a guard out and all that, or make sure, nothing.
But who else?
Well, I have the wiki open, so I can't really. It's not really a
Brienne Tarbowin.
Yeah, is she the cook?
No, she
Okay,
is.
so who's the
The cook is just the cook. Pretty
like, isn't the cook's the one that's like yelling at Basil Gill? Is like, Basil Gill, you get your butt in here, or something like that.
Yeah.
Who was that?
My cat's a good cat. She kills rats, and why are you complaining? That kind of stuff. Yeah.
So I'm guessing he leaves her to run the thing, and so we had. So yeah, did we meet Bran before? I forget.
Because she was one of the 3 ladies that accosted Rand in Kyrian in book 2.
Oh, at that inn with
at Barthanos' manor.
Oh,
and,
okay.
like, being all intriguing and like, oh, my husband's away, and why don't you come say hello to me? Type stuff. Brienne was one of those, but it turns out she was a refugee now who fled the civil war that erupted when Barthanes and Galadriel was killed, and Kyrian turned to shit. She went to Caemlyn. And who was her protector? Droopy eyelid Lam Gwyn, the street tough. So she's basically fallen from grace, but I don't know. I kind of like it. It's basically one of those. There's so many characters that you like meet briefly, and then you'll meet in a different spot in real time. And Brienne's one of those. Peter Condell's another, but it's not significant, but I always appreciated that whole kind of Brienne connection.
Oh, okay. I didn't piece it. I was like, who is this again? Like, once again, the names, the names. Like, who is this person again? So yeah, it's I mean, I'll have to really. Yeah, I guess that's why rereads are necessary. I guess to remember, to remember.
Oh,
so
in a pre-internet age, yes, absolutely. But like in
you
an age
you don't
with
have
wikis,
to. You don't have to remember who Brienne is to enjoy the story. It's just Dane.
I'll get you. You don't have to, but this is one of the things that enhances your enjoyment, right?
Yeah.
Where it's just like, it's not a new character. It's a character I've already met, although I've probably forgotten about it. But this implies that she's had an arc or a storyline that encompasses the wider political developments to date. So that's fine.
Yeah, and so they go and they leave. They're like, where should we go? Gareth Bryn. Let's go see Gareth. We're not gonna see the people that. So apparently the other thing that was mentioned was that she exiled the people that did support her ascension, and they were considering she was considering going to see them, but then they're like, no. Talon's like, go. Yeah,
she flogged a Lorien. Yeah,
yeah. So they're like, go see Gareth Bryn, and she's like, him, that traitor. Yeah. So so for some reason she believes, probably through compulsion, that he's a traitor. So, so she goes to Gareth Bryn, even though Gareth Bryn himself left to go look for Suan and Min. So I'm curious where that's going to go. So. We'll see with that. So, but so that's the Morgase stuff is out of the way. But we get an unexpected segment of this chapter from a certain Mr. Padan Fain and everything. Or is it Padan Fain? Is it Padan Fain or is it Padan Fain?
Oh, I'd call it Padan.
It honestly depends whether or not you're speaking in the Lugard accent or not.
Oh, okay.
Was it
And
Padan and
that's it.
Lugard?
That's an inside joke.
Because I know they say, I know that when I listen to the audiobook, they say Pod on Fane and everything. So I was just curious.
Yeah, but it, as far as a character goes that changes their accent all the time, it's Fane, right? So
yeah.
So, sorry to explain my joke there, but that's
so basically Pod and Fane basically breaks into a warded room in the tower, gets the ruby hilted dagger from Shader Logoth, and Accepted kind of stumbles in. He slashes her cheek with the dagger, if I remember correctly. And because of the fact that he slashes her with that dagger, she's automatically a goner, if I'm correct, right? It's interesting how it's described. Like, she's not bleeding, but she's like bleeding black blood or something. I forget how it's put in here, which I thought was kind of.
Her face gets blackened. It's like, it's very akin to, if you recall it at the end of the Great Hunt, Matt gets the dagger back.
Yeah.
And when they're breaking out of Turok's place, he slashes a Shan-Chan, like servant or whatnot with it, or Shan-Chan soldier. And similarly, they basically blacken up and die from a scratch.
Yeah.
And that's what it's like the most terrifying, infectious weapon ever. And this is part of why everyone who watched season 1 of the show was just basically like, what the fuck? Like, Padden Fane just stabbed Loyal in the heart with this dagger.
Yes.
It kills you if you nick someone with it.
Yeah.
No special magical Ogier. No special magical Ogier.
It's not like he got stabbed in a big book covering his heart or anything. Like, we saw the blood stain. Like, it's
I think that's what a lot of people were thinking.
And then he fucking like tied it to a stick and like was wielding it in season 2, being like, "Hey, you realize this is like evil personified within the like your weapon."
So I'm curious. So he gets the dagger back, and then of course,
don't worry, I'm medicating my show memories.
You're medicating your show memories. So, but yeah, Alviarin shows up and holds him with air. I think she holds him with air and everything. And it gets to a point where she's just like, "Why are you here?" And then we learn this is what the confirmation. This is my confirmation that Alviarin is, Black Aja. She's a dark friend, and everything. And she lets the girl die. She doesn't we don't know if she probably. I'm assuming she couldn't have healed her even if she tried, but she doesn't try anyway. So, which is pretty telling.
She couldn't.
No. Okay. And I like how it actually, she doesn't even say who she is. She doesn't even reveal it. Fane's like, you are Black Aja, all that. So I was trying, I'm trying to think of, how he would say it. I was trying to say it in an evil way, an evil Pod on Fane way or something. So, but apparently, I think she releases him because he says, "Oh, I am, I've been."
Do my Padden Fane?
Go ahead.
You are Black Aja. And then he does like a shit-eating grin.
Yeah. Okay.
I'd be better than the Padden Fane of the show, but I mean that's a low bar.
It's true.
Yeah. I definitely I can agree with that. But
she convinces her that he makes her think that he's like a level above. Like, the Dark Friend society is like all based on hierarchy or whatever. So like it's really important to them that who's got their hand on the tiller, so to speak. So like just for an instant, Fane, I don't know. Yeah, she thinks that Fane is like, she's not sure whether she thinks he's a Forsaken or just like a super special Dark Friend or whatever. But yeah, she has that moment.
Because if I remember correctly, I want to see. I'm looking for what he. I'm looking for what he says.
He tells her where he's been. He mentions where he's been, I think. Yeah.
If you're a Dark Friend and you've actually been summoned,
I got it,
to Shale Ghul, to Thakandar, and then the Valley, and that means like you're a cut above the rest, right?
Yeah. So I got right here.
Alviarin herself has probably never been summoned to Thakandar.
Yeah, probably not. Right. He says, "I have seen Thakandar," And I like how it says, saying that hurt. The memories it brought were agony. He refused to whimper, forced the words out. The great sea of fog, rolling and crashing in silence against the black cliffs, the fires of the forges glowing red beneath, and lightning stabbing up into a sky fit to drive men mad. He did not want to go on, but he made himself. I have taken the path down to the belly of Shale Ghul, down the long way with stones like fangs brushing my head, to the shore of a lake of fire and molten rock. No, not again. That holds the great Lord of the Dark in its endless depths. The heavens above Shale Ghul are black at noon with his breath. I mean,
Yeah.
if you heard that, wouldn't you be like, oh shit?
Well, here's the thing. When you read the prologue of the next book, that'll get a whole bunch of extra significance.
Mm-hmm.
But what he's basically saying there is it's true, because what we know from Padan Fain, what was told about him, how he was sent to the Two Rivers, and then he went to Thakandar or went to Shale Ghul and got distilled, and then got sent back again and distilled again, so he could sense his quarry. He could sense who the dragon, right?
So when they
what this means is he's been in the presence of the Dark One himself.
So did the Dark,
which is Forsaken Tear.
Okay. So my question is, and I don't know if this is a read and find out, but the nature of being distilled, is it just his personality that's being distilled? Was it his entire body? Was it his, we never really know?
It's him in particular. So as far as I know from the lore, this is only really applying to him in that he is the Hound of the Dark One. Right. So he was basically sent to go out and try and find the dragon.
Yeah.
And through 3 years or whatever, that was the whole process of him getting kind of like, let's go there. And then they get the essence refined, go back, get the essence refined. But he's the only one that had this done to him. But Padan Fain is also the only character that is both been touched by the Dark One and touched by Mordeth.
I got a question. Since Bush accidentally said "Great Lord of the Dark," does that make him a Dark fan?
Yeah.
Love you, Bush. But yeah. So apparently, so basically, because of that, Alviarin lets him go. He has the dagger now, and he has minions to terrify, and I'm curious. And he's just like, I like how it ends here. It's like, before the sun rose, he was out of the tower, off the island of Tar-Valon. Althor was out there somewhere, and he was whole again. So I'm like, okay, where is this going to go? Is there going to be a standoff or something? Is Shadar Logoth going to be returned to in the future? I'm curious.
The one thing to remember about Padan Fain is his corrupting influence on people around him. And just bear in mind when you read through the books, and he's been in Tar-Valon for a while now, but Elida, she is a corrupted person now because she took Padan Fain into her confidence.
So is it just being in the presence of Padan Fain that just makes you corrupted and all that?
Yeah.
I mean, she was always corrupted, man.
Well, you're easier corrupted if you had those inclinations to start with. But yeah. But if Elida ever goes over the top into like comic supervillain supervillain-ish territory, it's like bear that in mind. All right.
Okay. So Elida, so we're gonna see Elida even more crazy.
Gents, bear with me. I gotta go take the dog out, so I'll be back in 5 minutes.
Oh, okay. All right. So
yeah, you'll see a lot is she's heaps of fun.
All right, I can't wait. I mean, I don't know how much longer she's going to last in the series. I'm assuming she's going to be around for a while. So I don't know how long she's going to be in charge of the tower. So this is I'm kind of curious where this whole thing is going to go.
She's actually she's more resourceful than you at first think. I'll tell you that.
Okay.
Yeah, which is interesting. I always think this when I read this series, man. Like with Elida, it's just like you'd be dead tomorrow. Like I don't really understand this, but she's actually far more resourceful than you would think.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Have I never read what before? The Wheel of Time. This is my first ever read. I mean, I've read the Eye of the World twice because I read it years ago, but this is my first time reading the Fires of Heaven. I have not gotten this far in the series before.
Yeah, how are you liking this one, man? Are you liking this?
Well, I mean, I had to, like, you know, last book. I mean, there were lots of parts I really did like, but there's lots of parts I was just like, eh.
That's right.
This one, I've lowered my expectations quite a bit. And there are chapters that I do struggle to get through, but there are some chapters that I've been able to get through. Like all the stuff with Asmodean, I really enjoyed because we're learning
that shit
new
is cool.
stuff. Yeah. And I liked like, you know, the Balefire chapter from last time. I really enjoyed reading that. So I'm curious where Steve is. I'm waiting for Bob, the Balefire guy that we talked about last time. So he's gonna make a little you know, image of that. So I can't wait to see that. But like I did like the dream chapter with Nynaeve and Egwene and all that. That was kind of nuts. But yeah, I was thinking about like I think it was Jonathan Ark put in one of my chats comments saying just focus on the characters and what they learn and everything. Yeah. One thing I've learned in every chapter in almost every chapter or thing of chapters is there's always a different saying that Robert Jordan comes up with in this world. Like, oh, the old saying, don't do something. And I'm reading it. I'm kind of like, you know, dismissing it because it's just like, it's another thing. But that's one thing I've noticed that he does quite a bit. And he's very creative when he comes up with you know what I'm talking about?
The metaphor stuff.
Yeah, metaphor. Yeah.
Yeah. No, it is different, and they're different across cultures as well. Like you'll have different cultures that would be saying the same thing. Someone will have like a different saying for the same thing
Mm-hmm.
in a different culture. Or your old wise village idiot will say, you know, whatever it is.
Yeah,
and it'll be the same thing, but it's just different. And it's kind of similar to the way that the songs are different but the same across the world as well, like with the same tune but different words, or the same words but different tune, that sort of thing.
Yeah,
for some of the songs and stuff. Yeah, so that's a bit of a thing that he does for sure.
Yeah, so my big issue with The Shadow Rising is not the book itself. It's not it was my expectations. I was expecting, because so much happens in the first 3 books. Like there's a constant tension throughout each of those books. The story really starts to slow down in the 4th book. Like and to the point where I was thinking, you know, more stuff is going to happen because this is a thicker book. Ends up being, you know, Jordan just changed the pacing of the series with that book, and then it's to me, and I mean the fact that it was a bit of a letdown for me at first, but now that I know what to expect now with the Fires of Heaven, it hasn't
enjoy it a bit more.
Yeah, so I'm enjoying it a bit more, and I'm even with all the stuff. Everyone's saying that the final half of this book is just, you know, balls out awesome. I'm still keeping my expectations down just so that I can enjoy it and all that.
Yeah,
so,
you always got to remember that people say these things always with hindsight being 20/20, right? So like it's always retrospective. And you never remember it the same as when you're in the middle of it. Like you can't see the forest from the trees, right? That's the fact.
Yeah.
And so, you know, just always remember that, man. Just enjoy it for what it is. It's good advice from Jonathan. Focus on the characters because it is the strongest part. The characters are the strongest part of the entire thing, man. They're brilliant.
Yeah. The thing that I'm just having the thing that I'm having, maybe it's because it's my first read. I just had trouble. I'm just having trouble staying invested in these characters compared to other series and all that. It's just it feels like they're not changing enough. I mean, they're changing. I know Rand's changing, obviously. He's getting more and more, like, you're starting to see more Darth. I believe you're starting to see more Darth Rand in this book, especially where we're getting to in a few chapters. He threatens to hang any Aiel chieftain if they take more than the 5th. And take food and do what other bad stuff that the Shido, what Couladin's been doing. So I mean, Rand's kind of laying down the law, And what's funny is some of I think that the meanest wise one, I forget her name, but we meet her in that chapter. Yeah. She's just like, she's like, I agree with him.
Like this kid. Yeah.
I like this guy. I like this guy.
I know.
Yeah.
And Egwene was like that too, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, Bush, you like the Shadow Rising? Yeah, I mean, the Shadow
yeah.
Rising had the whole parent thing in the Two Rivers, which I think is the strongest part of that book. And I love the Tinker Sword chapter. I think it was my favorite. The thing that I had the biggest issue with, and I say this in the Shadow Rising thing, was I was disappointed in the White Cloaks. I was disappointed in how the thing with the White Cloaks ended. So am I to believe that they did not fight anybody during that big battle? Everyone else was in the battle, but they just they were there unscathed and just let everything happen. I would have thought that some Trollocs would have attacked them. And so this is a trope in TV and in stories and everything. I was expecting Dane to be in danger. And then Perrin saves his life, and now Dane still has some. I think Dane still has some honor, even though he's a crazy White Cloak at the same time. I think Dane would begrudgingly feel the need to make it up to Perrin, and he hates it. Like that's where I was expecting it to go, but they didn't do that.
I understand that. I have to tell you, there's a really good reason why that couldn't have happened, and you'll know that when you finish the series.
Okay.
Like, so the thing that you want to happen there, it can't happen there.
It can't happen there. Okay.
No.
All right. I'm curious where it goes, because like you said, and I'm sure everybody said Robert Jordan has planned this from the very beginning, everything stuff that's been happened in the first book, it pays off in the final book. So he had this planned pretty well. Well, I mean, he planned it for several years. He started working on this in '84, and the first book didn't get published until 1990. So he was probably planning. He spent years planning this series, probably while he was writing Conan books.
Yeah, so. True. The thing that you, it's a good example actually here of like what you're experiencing. It's a good example. Like the thing that you want to happen in this situation is the thing. Is like that's good that you feel that way, right? Like that's good that the fact that you think that this is what should have happened. That's what you should be thinking. That's all. I can't say anymore.
I felt the White Cloaks were wasted.
Feel about it.
That's how I feel. So, but like you said, if you say it doesn't work, then we'll have to see what that is.
Yeah. No, they were wasted, right? And you're supposed to feel that way, and you'll understand why when you get to book 11.
Book 11. Yeah, that's Nathan's 12, favorite book.
Yeah, is it really?
Yeah.
Not
you're talking about Knife of Dreams, right? Book 11.
Not 11. Like you'll understand it when you get to Towers of Midnight.
Towers of Midnight. It's interesting that it's Sanderson that's actually answering a lot of these questions instead of Jordan himself. So, like Veins of Gold, for instance, I know is in book 12. It's a Sanderson book. Did Jordan write that, or did Sanderson write that?
Well, I mean, they both wrote.
I haven't read it, so I don't know. I remember based on you saying this a couple of streams ago that it's one of the most important chapters of the series.
It's a great chapter. Yeah, it's beautiful. It's beautifully written and it's beautifully executed. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say, mate. Like, unless you're the person that had the notes and you're sitting there doing it, there's no way that you could know what was you and what wasn't you. If that makes sense, like. It's hard to say. I know that there's sections of it that RJ had written out. Which sections they are, I couldn't tell you.
No, that's not true. I had Prophet for my Wheel of Time season 2 is great video. I just had them make a video trolling me. I was reading Shadow Rising for like a few months after. So Dragon Reborn I think we ended that in April or May of last year, and I didn't start Shadow Rising until like October or November. So it was a good several months, a good half a year before I resumed doing this. So, yeah, but hopefully that answers your question. So, yeah, that was a rough one to get through. So this one I'm trying to get out of the way right away. So,
but this is an easier read, I reckon. This book's an easier. I found it's a pretty easy read so far. It's not as dense.
Yeah. What's up, Dane? How's the dog?
He's a new man.
New man. All right, nice. All right, so let's resume. So now we're in the Jangai Pass and all that. So
So good.
I thought this chapter. I mean, I was listening to this. I was walking and listening to this one, and it felt very Martin-esque. Like it felt very Feast for Crows when Brienne's in the Riverlands, seeing all the destruction of the War of the Five Kings and all that. Well, you're seeing some very grisly stuff here. So they're in the Jankai Pass, and the I think the Shaido are like 5 days. Couladin is like 5 or 6 days ahead of them.
Yep.
And they get to this town, Tyen, and I think they took all the young people and they killed everybody else. And I forget, did they impale them or did they crucify them? I think they
hung them
impaled
from the ramparts, didn't they? I thought they hung them off the walls as well.
Some were hung from the ramparts, but definitely the ones that made them empty their stomachs.
Yeah,
were impaled.
Did I forget? How did they choose? Was it just those that fought back that got killed, or how did they? I forget. Like, how did they determine who to kill and who to take away? As Kai Shine.
Well, again, this is the Shaido basically applying Jieto to who it should be applied to. So they maybe would have spared someone who's like a blacksmith. And they would have spared anyone that wouldn't have been a warrior. But at the same time, they've also got commercial interests in mind. So they're probably enslaving people that they would have enslaved to sell to Shara or whatnot. Like it's twisted and fucked up because even early on, like the Shaido are like the worst of the Aiel, and you're kind of seeing their interpretation of Jieto on display here.
Yeah,
because
you're seeing the worst being cut off from the parts that were holding it in check, effectively by the rest of the clans holding the worst parts of the Shadow in check by virtue of the fact that they were a society. And you're seeing what happens when that gets cut loose. It's not pretty.
I see.
Yeah. And it's getting cut loose on a society of people that none of the Aiel respect anymore. Mm-hmm. That's also worth remembering. It
is.
Because of the whole Aiel War and the Avendel Ordera and the tree that got cut down, there's actually a very nasty and bitter part this coming to bear. To the point that even characters that you're supposed to empathize with, like Avienda, say some pretty bad things about other people or whole swaths of people, precisely for an action, pre-killers, and that they have no honor and that they deserve to be sold like slaves or like chattel to do whatever.
Did you say chattel?
Chattel slavery.
Oh! I thought you were saying sold like cattle. I thought you were going towards cattle, and you said chattel. Okay, sorry.
Well, it's a close pair. Like the words are closely related for obvious reason. But the thing that's going on here is the Aiel have a collective identity. They cannot distinguish between the individual and the collective, and that's kind of getting thrust on how they view the rest of the world. And perhaps they don't appreciate just how separate the Cairhienin peasant was from the decision-making of their king who cut down the tree. And what makes this all the more tragic is that we know as readers what was the real reason why King Lamon cut the tree down in the first place.
I don't think we learn it at this point. I know that plot point, but I don't think we learn it at this point in the story.
I think it comes here so far, but it was Katara Morosa, right? It
makes sense.
It was all to engineer Rand's own birth.
Yeah. So Shael being, Shael leaving the tower and all that was engineered by her as well.
Yep.
Yeah. And then her dying, telling Moiraine and Siuan that the dragon has been reborn. I'm curious what else. I'm curious what else she's done.
But that's just the key thing is as the reader going through this, whether it's on the first read or a reread or whatnot, being like the Aiel animosity towards the Cairhienin or an act of a king that they had no control of, which was actually engineered by the same Aes Sedai who set everything else kind of in motion to ensure Rand was being born. It pulls at your emotions a different way.
Oh, I see.
So
makes sense. Oh come on. Oh yeah, another ad. I know. Hey, it's the price of being monetized. What can I say? So, yeah. Any other thoughts? I think Dane Fro. Okay, there you go. Okay, there you go.
I think Aldan froze. Nope, he was just doing some stretches.
Yeah,
in the background.
So I like how here in this, we get like, I like how Lews Therin himself is starting to take shape in Rand's head. Like start earlier in the book, and I'm curious where that's gonna go. I'm curious. Like I'm curious what's gonna happen. Like is he going through something similar to Matt, where he's just remembering stuff that Lews Therin experienced years ago. Or is there more to it than that? I guess I'll have to read and find out for that. So,
well, it's good that you're clued into that, and yes, definitely.
I mean,
find out.
I mean, it's not too hard because I think he italicizes the text when you hear either internal monologue or in this case you hear, or like for instance like Mar Royce or something like that, and they're like, what are you talking? Like, what am I talking about? He's like, dang it. He's like, no, I am Rand al'Thor. And he has to keep saying, I am Rand al'Thor. Rand al'Thor is saying this to you, Asmodean. So, because they're talking about Samael, and it's not even in this chapter, it's in a later chapter. I think when they get attacked, the bird calls and all that. And he's like, is Samael, and the Golden Bees or something? I had no idea Samael had his own band, because that's what it sounded like. Samael and the Golden Bees. Like what I wonder what his greatest hits are and all that. So
the 9 golden bees is a symbol of Ilion. So it doesn't have anything per se to do with Samael, but it's where he is now. That's the first thing. It's good that you're highlighting on this, which is that you have 2 characters, Matt and Rand, who are both kind of getting the inherited memory thing going on.
Yeah.
And so it does a wonderful job of preserving the mystery of what is the ultimate cause of this. That's all I'll say. And as the first time, you won't find out until the end of what is the cause of this.
Okay. I'm curious. I'm really curious at this point. So but yeah,
I've got to go. I've got to run, man.
All right, Aldan. Thanks for being here. Is there anything you want to promote? You got another song? Got another song to Rafe Judkins? Season 2, Wheel of Time?
I've got 1,000 songs for Rafe Judkins. I've got a million songs for that vlog. Yeah, no. No. Good. It's good to see you, man.
All right. Thank you for being here. Thanks for doing this on such short notice from me.
It's okay.
So.
Sorry, I can't stay longer, mate, but I've got to go.
It's all right.
See you, Dane. Good to see you. Try not to cook his brain too much, Dane. Dane, try not to cook his brain too much.
Don't worry, I'm halfway cooked myself.
Yeah. See you later, boys.
All right, take care. All right, it's just you and me. So I mean, we're only on chapter 20. We're only halfway through. This. So
let's go quick, unless like Alex decides to join, or Steve decides to join, or Pips.
Pips is out for tonight.
Pips is out for good.
Oh, yeah. Man. So
all right, we can do this. I will try and not be a roadblock.
Hey, don't make promises you can't keep. And plus, I'm kind of counting on that. So, but one thing I liked is that Rand. I like how Rand reacted to this, to that whole what the heck tie-in, that whole tie-in situation, that town. So there's survivors. It's not just those 3 elderly people that encountered them, and I like how in that chapter he was pissed at first. Like, why did you leave these people up? Why did you leave them? Why'd you leave them like this? Like, what were you thinking? And they're like, if they came back and we took them down, they would do worse to us. And then they're like, okay. Then Rand's like, okay, and then they made sure everybody was taken care of, fed. Because I think they took all the food. So the Shido, I think, took all the food, so they were starving. And then when they were ready to move on, Rand was just like, they're coming with us. We're not leaving them alone. So yeah, so they're part of the caravan, the caravan going further in. The traveling band. There you go. I like that. I like that. I like that Rand thought of, Rand thought of, like, Rand cared about these people enough to make sure they were taken care of and that they were, not left alone to their devices or to their fate, so to speak.
Not a spoiler, but like the 3 main characters. So Rand, Mat, and Perrin represent Norse gods in a way. So Perrin is Thor. That's who he is. Mat is Odin, but Rand is Tyr, the Norse god of justice.
Tyr.
So everything that Rand does is view that in that lens. Rand is supposed to be an embodiment of justice.
Mm-hmm.
One of the first things he does when he gets in charge of Tyr is rewrite their laws, and he writes their laws to be more just.
Yes.
Like, there's no distinction between peasant and noble. A peasant can call a noble to task for if an injustice is done and pull them before a magistrate, etc.
Mm-hmm.
Rand is that's him. He's supposed to be justice.
I see. Need to read up on my.
That's him throughout.
Makes me I need to read up on my Norse mythology. But Mat and Odin. So was Odin like a trickster, basically? Odin was
Odin, son of battles. Odin, one eye. That's not a spoiler because you already know that Mat puts an eye on the balance scale.
He loses light in one side of his face. So
and here's the fun one. Odin was hanged for knowledge.
Oh, so that explains the whole. Was it eelfin or aelfin? I forget which one is which. Fox or the snake? I forget which one is which. Eelfin or aelfin?
The foxes. The elfin.
Okay. So, all right, that's interesting. I have to. The only thing I know about Norse mythology is from. I never really learned about it in school. We learned about Greek mythology, but never really studied Norse mythology. The only thing I know is from fantasy, or from games or something like God of War or freaking Marvel or something. But stupid stuff.
It's
like
fun.
That, so.
It's fun when you see kind of where the inspirations are. But the great thing about Wheel of Time too is is it inspiration for the Wheel of Time? Or given that time is cyclical, are Rand, Mat, and Perrin the inspiration for Thor and Odin and Tyr in a future age?
Huh. Interesting.
Now there's a mind fuck for you, but
it's already been brought up in earlier streams. I think Pips himself has said that this might be our world. This probably is our world or something, but ages passed or something.
Could be.
I don't know. All right, but yeah. So apparently, we talked about Layman earlier. So apparently, so they're making camp around Tyene, and apparently, we get some more Mullane. We get some more Mullane and the Wise Ones and Bale and getting married and all that stuff. So yeah. So I guess. Justice for Aiel mating ritual. Somebody left a comment right after the stream, so we get more of that, and then we learn. I forget so yeah, he puts a ward around the entire encampment. We learn about that. So if the Shadow Spawn cross, the birds will call and all that. But we know the next chapter that they do and all that. But apparently, so there's this whole thing with the death. Like every time Rand gives Aviendha something, she thinks she's indebted to him. So in this case, she gives him Layman's sword. She gives him Layman's sword, and Layman's sword is very gaudy and very well. It's not very practical to use because of the way the hilt, because of what the hilt's made of. So he gives her the hilt. He keeps the blade, but he gives her the hilt, and I think the scabbard.
So I can explain. So at the very first instance, the first thing that Rand gives Aviendha is a bracelet. It's an ivory bracelet that she gives him, that she found from Hadan Kadir.
Mm-hmm.
And she gives it to, or he gives it to her, oblivious, kind of, from Aiel custom. But in Aiel custom, if you give a girl like a nice thing, it's like a regard gift, which means I'm interested in you. And if a man gives it to a woman, it's like, I want you to make a bridal wreath for me. I want you to propose to me, kind of thing.
Yeah.
And then the follow-on from that is basically like a discussion about it and whether or not someone's indebted. So was this a gift or was it like a actual exchange? So here Aviendha tries to basically cancel a debt between them. And what she does is she buys Laman's Heron-marked power-forged sword on the cheap, precisely because no Aiel would ever touch a sword. So it only gets passed from Aiel to Aiel, like wrapped in blankets, and no one can do anything with it. But Rand opens it up, because he's got no compunction about that, sees what it is. It's like, this is a Heron-marked sword, and it's power forged. But I don't need all these gems around it. I don't need the hilt or the scabbard. Like, I'll take the blade. This is awesome enough. Thank you. But what that does is basically Aviendha bought this sword for a song, and she ends up basically getting a fortune in rubies and diamonds and like opals and all the rest back in return, which in her mind just puts her deeper in debt.
Yeah, and he's trying to tell her there is no debt. He's like, there is no debt. I reject the debt or something.
That's not going to work on Aviendha.
No. So now she feels compelled to give him something back. Give him something back for that. I like. By the way, thank you, Whisker Fisherman, for $2 member. Dane, very cool point. I never thought of the Norse stuff. So thank Dane for that. That actually was a very good thing. So. Maybe I'll clip that. Maybe I'll clip that for.
It's to be fair, it's been on the the Wheel of Time forums for ages. So for 30 plus years, people have been noting that. So I can't say I'm original for any of that. All I can say is I've read what other people have read about or written about the series.
Speaking of Norse, have you? I do have. I don't know how you feel about Neil Gaiman, but I have an audiobook. His book on Norse mythology. Have you read that, or are you familiar with that? Okay, just figure I'd ask. Probably going to listen to it pretty soon.
Now, there's folks on the Discord, a couple of them that are Norse. So if you are interested, I'll introduce you to them. But they'll have a better handle on Norse stuff than I would.
Okay, yeah, sure. So.
Cool.
All right, so we get the so you have Layman's sword is the thing, and then of course trying to remember if there was anything else that was brought up. She's sleeping. So they're sleeping in the same bed now. I forget.
No,
they're sleeping in the same bed, and he's trying not to notice her leg or something.
They're sleeping in the same room. It's kind of like they're not in the same bed. They're in the same room. She has to keep an eye on him for Elaine. There's a weird sense of propriety because she'll undress in front of him, but because that's no big thing, right? The Aiel get naked in front of each other all the time,
and
they'll scrape each other off in sweat tents and do this, that, and the rest. They're not sharing blanket, even that, for crying out loud. sharing blankets. If you're in the Aiel waste and it's getting like super cold, you would share blankets with someone else just to stay alive in the night when it could get too damn cold. But there's nothing sexual there.
I see.
Anyway.
Interesting.
Speaking of, I'll be back in a sec. I can hear you, but I'm gonna make you speak.
You gonna make me
for like
speak?
2 minutes.
All right. What's up, Jonathan R? We mentioned you. We're talking to Aldan about how I feel about the series and all that. And I brought up what you said in the comments and all that. And that's what I'm trying. I'm still even though I even though I replied and I still feel kind of the way I do. I'm still trying to get. I'm still trying to get through it the way you said. So, and I'm taking some things out of it. Like for instance, here. At the end of this, and I thought because they keep bringing up at the and throughout the last couple of books how the maidens teach people how to sing, or teach men how to sing, or something. Aiel men how to sing. Well, I like how they explain it here. So apparently, when an Aiel man wants a woman of the spear, and the woman was not willing to leave the way of the spear to be with the man makes himself Gaishain for her, and then because they're Gaishain, they have to learn how to sing to entertain. I think the Far Derais Mai or something. I forget how it goes, and I forget where it goes after that. But they're just like, oh, these Aiel are weird. So talk about Star Trek. Well, I haven't watched a whole lot of Star Trek lately. I'm still seeing a lot of people springing up saying how much they love Picard season 3. And I just want to be like, what's the matter with you people? I mean, it's just like, I'm just like, okay, I get it. I'm happy you like it, but it's crap. But yeah, so, but I love original series. I haven't watched a whole lot lately, so
Don't worry.
You know, Dane, we still haven't done that. We'll have to talk about that Star Trek episode, that Voyager episode that you wanted to talk about. we still haven't. We talked about it like a year ago. So.
It's pretty good. But in fairness, I'd also be happy to take your advice on a good Star Trek episode and just watch that and then share reactions to it. Like,
yeah,
I honestly haven't watched most of the original series. I think I've watched all of TNG. I think I've watched all of Voyager and all of Enterprise. DS9 and TNG are the original series, TOG. I haven't. Anyways.
Oh, you'll love DS9. DS9 is probably the best written Star Trek show of all time.
Yeah, I couldn't get into it. I guess I'm just incredibly racist.
I don't know. It builds to like an interstellar. It builds to an interstellar war, and it gets wild.
They never went anywhere because they were on a fucking space station.
Oh, they go places. They go places in the later seasons. Yeah. I mean, let's just say a war happens and they have to leave on their ship. There's a warship in this show. Yeah. A warship called the Defiant. But yeah, that's all right. Beside the point.
We got 8 minutes until I need to turn my dinner over. So let's get through a chapter in that point.
All right, so let's. So I talked a little bit about. I brought up. I don't know if you were hearing, but I brought up the Aiel, or the Aiel men learn to sing from the maidens and all that. So apparently, Aiel men have to. If an Aiel man wants a woman and the woman's not willing to, doesn't like them enough, or is not into them enough.
It's more that Aiel don't sing except for dirges for the dead.
Yeah.
So the only Aiel men that sing are not warriors.
Oh.
So teaching one to that's kind of like where it goes. Like.
Oh, I see. Okay, I was curious, like, you know, because they make them Gaishain, and then they have to enter. They have to sing that. They have to sing.
Yeah, but if you're Gaishain, then you aren't a warrior anymore. But it's like, how more emasculating can it be, right?
Well, I mean, but the Gaishain thing is only temporary, and then they go back to being whatever, right? Can they
Yeah,
be a
what
warrior?
happens
Can
when
you
you
are you
get
are you
shine?
are you cut off for being a warrior once your guys shine? Like the shame is
No,
that high or something? Or
whatever happened when your guy shine, it like no longer counts once it's done.
yeah.
They're only guy shine for the time that they are.
Mm-hmm.
But to your point, like there seems to be a Aiel-wide prohibition against singing, other than dirges for the dead.
Dirges for the dead. Okay. And then we experienced that at the end of the Shadow Rising, right, where they're singing when they get to Alcair. Was it Alcair Dal or something? Okay.
Yeah.
All right, but yeah, that's all.
But
I think that's pretty much
what's even more interesting, if you really want to dive into it, Brian, is why do you think the Aiel are averse to singing in the first place?
Because of their because
the lost ones, right? The Tinkers,
yeah,
were the ones who betrayed their covenant, betrayed what they were about, and prioritized finding the song and singing above their duty.
Yeah. And so singing is, like you said, look heavily down
with
upon.
exceptions. It's like, if that's your priority is finding a good song, finding a good sea chanty to like drum along to,
yeah,
you have your priorities mixed up. But that's ultimate. Anyways, I just enjoy it. The more you read into the Aiel, the more you read into the culture, the more you get out of it. Which is like, why would they be against singing? Why do they only sing aside from certain circumstances? And it ties perfectly back to this whole thing with the Tuatha.
Yeah. Okay. Makes sense now. Makes perfect sense now. So so when they say that, is that like a bit of a mockery then? You know, we're going to teach you to sing or something like that?
Yeah.
All right.
That's 100%.
All right. Well, that answers
we're going to
that
cut
question.
your fucking nuts off is what they actually mean.
Okay, I'll keep that in mind. All right, so I think that's it for Gifted Blade. So now the Bird Calls of Night, which is probably the first chapter that features Shadow Spawn in this read. I don't think we didn't get any Shadow Spawn before this. So 22 chapters in, it's a very interesting slow burn here. So I mean, we're 3/8 into the book.
Bear in mind too, Brian, is the Shadow Spawn have been kind of descaled in power, right? So your main characters have all become more powerful through these 5 books.
Yeah.
To the point where if they face Shadow Spawn, it might be a challenge, but it's really not really, right? Rand is facing Forsaken, Nynaeve is facing Forsaken Tear.
Yeah.
So in part, the Shadow Spawn confrontations aren't what they used to be.
Mm-hmm.
That's
true.
Character growth, but
yeah. So like you had Trollocs fighting or Trollocs attacking Matt, so we get a Matt point of view, and he's in bed with Melindra. He's in bed with Melindra, and it's like, "You're hot." She's like, "You're hot. You're well muscled. You're short. Screw you."
But you're well muscled and sinewy. But I like you.
But I like you when I like you anyways. Yeah, and then he recalls, "Hey, wait a minute. I was taller at one point in history. Hey, wait a minute. I was taller than Rand in history." That didn't really make sense. So why does he say I was taller than Rand in history?
Because Rand is 6'6", and Matt has got his memories now filled in by the Elfin.
Yeah,
from all these various people that the Elfin have access to, and have decided to stuff his head full of their memories. So it's not just that Matt, because in the earlier book, he has his embedded, I'll call them genetic memories of when he, the gambler, him as a soul, had been in existence. He was kind of reaching into that, but now he's kind of broadened beyond just himself, and he's getting memories from people that have no tie whatsoever to his soul.
Oh, I see. Okay. Oh, okay. That makes that makes a little bit more sense. So
back in a minute, but keep going. I just got to turn some shit over in the oven.
All right, yeah. So, yeah, the question is, will Dane's dinner be the major payoff for the stream? We'll find out shortly. But going back, so apparently we find out, like, apparently he talks about his battle knowledge. So he was surprised that there were no sentries in that last place, and Tyen, I think, was the name of the place. So he's really starting to kind of show his he's starting to show his thing. He was starting to show his knowledge and all that. So I'm curious where him leading battles is going to go and all that. So, but apparently, Trollocs attack. He hears the bird call, and there's no birds in this part of the world. So hearing the bird call basically means, Shadowspawn have broken the ward. And so they're all on alert. So Melindra goes out naked with her weapon, and then Matt's just like, I am not going out there naked. And he's struggling to put on his breeches while going out there.
It's not just Melindra, it's basically a whole bunch of chicks, and basically nothing, like flopping tits, like showing their vag, but they'll veil their faces.
The veils, like so they only veil and everything else is shown. So so I like how strong Aiden's little do not look at me from the glass columns has stayed with them all these generations, that even the shame of nakedness is nothing compared to the shame of looking at someone
I don't want to see my son's face as a killer.
Yes.
Or whatever. Yeah. No. But it's great though. It's like he's like last of the fight because he's like had to pull off his fucking pants. All the Aiel maidens are out there with basically shufas on or veils and nothing else. But the best part is he takes down a Myrddraal like single-handed.
Yeah, I forget. Like he has to go. Like, one thing that they say in this chapter in particular, when you're facing a Myrddraal, you have to have your entire focus has to be on the Myrddraal, or you're going to die, basically.
Yeah. And you got to go all out and try and take him out as quick as you can, because you aren't going to win a battle of endurance against them.
Yeah. So you have to go for the quick kill.
Yeah.
Any means whatsoever. So, so the Myrddraal, he kills the Myrddraal. I think stabs it in the neck or something. Stabs it several places, and waits for it. It has to wait to die. Or he basically disables it. He disables it, but it's still thrashing.
It won't die until like a sunset or whatnot. So bearing in mind it's the middle of the night, that thing ain't gonna die for like 18 hours.
Yeah, and he's just like, and I like how with his battle knowledge now, he's just like, what was the point of this attack? And then we go to Rand, and so we get a repeat of what happened at Cold Rock's Hold, where they send in the assassins, they send in the Draghkar to once again to assassinate him, and this time they attack Aviendha, and he's able to kill the Draghkar with, I think, a little shot of balefire or something,
like a finger length, stream of balefire, like pew.
Yeah,
you go back in time 1 second.
Yes, and then and what's funny is he didn't sense the other Draghkar that was behind him, and so all of a sudden Aviendha shoots out or casts fire or something. She casts fire, and I think I don't know if it hits him, but it nearly hits him. And he's just like, "What the hell are you doing?" She's like, "Look, bitch." And he looks. He's like, "Oh, I'm sorry. Well, screw you." It was like, "Screw you, dude." And she runs. She goes into the thing. I saved your life, bitch. So he's like, "I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry." And then Egwene's like, "You upset her, Rand al'Thor. men, you know, like it's so ridiculous. And then even what's even
That
funnier.
being said, everything about Avienda to that point was like, if she was going to blast fire at you, you would totally be like, "Hey, what the fuck are you doing?"
Yeah. And what and you know what I thought was even funnier? The maidens of the spear that were so like Adeline and whoever else, I forget. I don't even remember their names. Like if I see their names, I'm not going to know who they are. But
they
like
all got drawn away.
They were drawn away, and so because they left Rand open to as a target, they're like we have to discipline ourselves. And they ask Rand, like, how should we discipline ourselves? He's like, I don't know. Go to the wise ones, they'll know. And so then they go, and I think they start carrying dolls or something. I like how in this world, and even the Black Aja or the people in the tower do this too. Like they send you to get punished. Like they don't even punish you directly. Like go to this person and have them punish you or something like
They'll
that.
be able to. But the best thing too is like in the later chapter where it's like all these Aiel maidens are walking around with dolls, but if you call them out on it, like, hey, why are you carrying that doll? They won't acknowledge.
Yeah.
I think that's from Matt's point of view or whatever. It's just like, why are these maidens carrying this stuff around? And they won't explain it. They won't say like what the reason behind it is. It's just like, it's meant for the reader, right? But the thing is, and here's the beauty of it, Brian, is it wouldn't make sense to you unless this has already happened to Egwene and it already happened to Nynaeve, but via the dream, right?
Oh, yeah.
So that's why that's there. So it's kind of in hindsight that you can kind of appreciate the slow burn and the things that are getting set up, because otherwise you wouldn't get the joke here.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
And I like, so they go find Asmodean, and he's talking to Asmodean. He's like, was it Samael that sent this? And Asmodean puts into his brain, maybe it wasn't. Maybe they want us to think it was Samael that sent this. Because I was curious about that. I'm like, I'm first I'm listening to the book and then I'm reading it, and like it's weird that usually usually when you know the Shadow Spawn invade, usually the Dark Friends are not. There's no Dark Friends usually in the equation, but here there are a group of Dark Friends, and they scream out, you know, Samael and the Golden Bees. Yeah. Like, were they there just to be sacrificed or something, or to send a message, or is this a read and find out?
So, if you recall from the Nynaeve chapter in Teleron Riyadh, where has this happened yet? She stumbles upon or does that happen a little bit later? But it might happen a bit later because right after this it covers in this section, but Samael, Ravine, Lanfear, and Grandal are in an alliance.
Yeah.
And sorry, I got to run to take something out of the oven. But yeah, in essence, Samael is there as kind of the Lord of Ilion in order to try and draw Rand's attention to him.
Yeah. So basically, I mean, here because we hear that, and all the Dark Friends get dispatched right away. They're curious, like if this was just meant as a misdirect. They're curious if, you know. I thought it was a misdirect. I thought this was like Ravin sent these guys and just to blame Samael and all that, because everybody know. Like, I think they all know that everybody knows. They know that our heroes know that Samael is an Ilion. So and I believe I forget, has it been confirmed that Samael? I know I think we talked about this in the Shadow Rising, but was it confirmed that Samael sent the Trollocs to do the stone stands? Basically, he was the one that sent all them to attack Tyr, or the stone.
Although we don't necessarily know who sent the Trollocs to intercept Samael's Trollocs. That comes a little bit later.
Oh, okay. We'll have to. Well, I guess we'll see. I guess we'll find out about that.
Rand claims it was Lanfear, but Lanfear's like, no, I didn't do it. So you'll find out.
Okay.
But yeah, in essence, what Samael is doing is trying to basically draw Rand's attention throughout the book.
Yeah. Okay, that's all right. That makes sense. And I like how the last thing, so Asmodean puts into his head that, oh, it might not have been Samael, and then Rand, as Lews Therin, says he's done this before at this place, and Asmodean's like, I didn't know that, and they're like, and then I think Rand's just like, hey, I'm still Rand al'Thor. I'm still Rand al'Thor, you know.
But are you?
Yeah. So I thought that was
but again, Matt and his own past lives, right? Genetic memory, if you want to call it, or is Rand going insane?
That's the other question too. So
that's what you as a reader have to weigh this part of the story.
Yeah. So I think that's pretty much it for 22. We still have some chapters left. So
all right, I'm gonna go get my dinner. But you do a good summary of the next chapter. I'll hear it. But yeah, I got to do some prep.
All right,
back in a sec. Sorry, dude.
All right, so the next chapter is the fifth I give you, and of course we learn about the fifth in the Shadow Rising. So basically, every time Aiel invade a place, they usually take a fifth of whatever, a fifth of all that they have. I think, you know. What's funny is when I read that, I was thinking of, you know, tithing. You know how, you know, when you tithe, you take 10%, that you give 10%, or the church takes 10%. That's kind of, I don't know. That's weird that I thought of that, but yeah, they take a fifth, so that's 20%. They take 20%, so they take double what a tithe is. So, but like I like how in this chapter, so they're I think they're going down the pass. They're going down the Jangai Pass, and they basically find another town that was sacked by Couladin, Selene. I'm not going to say Selene because Selene is, you know, Lanfear, so I'm going to say Selene because it's spelled differently. But unlike Tyen, where there were survivors left for the sake of, you know, basically just to send a message to Rand saying, you know what we did to Tyen, well, we're going to do worse to you, Rand, or we're going to do worse to you, Kara and everything. So, but everybody got killed in Selene, and this, of course, this is an Egwene chapter. And so Egwene's basically, you know, observing, you know, Kadir's wagons going down the road, and then she's seeing Moraine and Lan accompanying the wagons that have all the ter'angreal, you know, the red the red columns. I forgot what they call those. That ter'angreal, the red doorways. And she's like, why is Moraine so set on those? So I'm curious where that's going to go. I'm curious if that's going to pay off later in this book. And it seems like it is. I mean, it was set up in the first chapter. I mean, Moraine's guiding these people to put the ter'angreal on the cart or on the wagon or on the carriage or whatever. And then Lan, you know, basically someone falls in and Lan picks them up and throws them out. So I'm curious if somebody, maybe Moraine or somebody, goes into one of these things at the end. I'm curious. I don't know how I'm curious how that's going to pay off. So, but apparently, yeah. So going back to this, that's just an idea. But apparently, Egwene witnesses Rand basically addressing the Aiel chiefs and everything, talking about the fifth. And I like it. So the quote's actually right here. If any man takes a penny more than the fifth, or a loaf of bread without payment, if he burns as much as a hut because it belongs to a tree killer, or kills a man who is not trying to kill him, that man will I hang, whoever he is. And I thought that was great. That's another like that goes back to Shadow Rising, when Rand was threatening the Tyrant nobles. If they don't make these changes, if they don't get this shit done, he's gonna freaking hang them the next day. So yeah. Oh, Whisker Fisherman says, is Roadhouse great or just easy to spell? Roadhouse. I still have not seen the original Patrick Swayze movie, so we'll get to that. I'll eventually see that. I'm going to watch a remake with Steve, because, you know, Steve likes Roadhouse, and he knows the movie's going to be the remake's going to be crap. So I'm going to watch it with him just to have a fun time with that. So But yeah, going back to this. I like how here they have so Egwene is hearing this, and then I think she has a thing with Avienda. She's having a thing here with Avienda, and Avienda just doesn't want to sleep in the tent with Rand anymore, and she wants Egwene to talk to the wise ones for her. And I love how we meet the meanest wise one. We meet the wise one that makes Bear look like a doll. And this is Sorelia. And she is just like not having it. And she's just like, you're going to do what you're told to do. And I think Rand is right. I think Rand needs to be hard on these assholes. So yeah. I don't know if I forget if there was anything else. But yeah, she makes it clear that you better you have to do your duty. And she asks Egwene. She asks Egwene if Rand's gonna go through with what he says. And Egwene's like, I don't know, maybe, I don't know, and everything. And because I guess she doesn't care enough. She hasn't paid enough attention to Rand because she's the main character in the story. Egwene is the main character in the story in her mind. So
Brian, that was a brilliant summary. I agree with everything. And what I will add here is there's a very touching moment later on because Rand has basically said, anyone who breaks my law, I will hang them.
Yes.
It comes back to him. It's a minor subplot, but I think either in the next book or Crown of Swords, his law comes back to bite him.
Oh, okay.
In that someone he thought or someone that he thought was a friend or kind of an acquaintance has to hang precisely because they violated the law.
Interesting.
So Chris, probably right. Yeah, it is in book 6.
Interesting.
It's rough, but it's like this is Rand being the embodiment of justice.
Yeah.
Right. He set the law how it's supposed to be, but it's anyways, I got a question. I read it, I thought it was an emotional part.
I got a question.
But Rand couldn't have any emotions. So.
With Rand and the whole justice thing, when does he become? And Alex has said this a billion times. I'm curious when he really truly starts to become Darth Rand that everybody talks about. I mean,
So I would say if you read up on what the Norse mythology is, like Odin is known for having one eye.
Yeah.
That happens late. Thor is known for wielding a hammer. So lo and behold, all the stuff about Perrin, about choosing the axe or the hammer is tied to that. Tyr is actually a one-handed crippled god.
Okay.
So that's more kind of in line with the mythology, where Rand kind of goes off the deep end. That kind of happens in book 11 more than anything else. So that's what people call like the Darth Rand. But it's just the necessary low point for him to reach the high, which he reaches at the end of book 11, which I thought was masterfully done.
Okay. Interesting. All right. So I believe that's, I mean, yeah, I think other than that, I think I think that's all I have about chapter 23, the fifth I give you. And that's how far I got reading the book. So everything else now is based off of listening to the audiobook. So we're in another Egwene chapter, I believe. If I remember correctly, I don't remember if she meets Nynaeve in the world of dreams. Let me take a look right here. but she's reading I think she's reading a book. She borrowed a book or something and she fell asleep reading it, which is basically me several times reading The Shale Rising and this book and all the books actually so far.
She's reading her adventure stories, and that's why she dreamt of Brigitte.
Yeah. So,
right?
yeah, I think so. So if I remember correctly, yeah. So she's back in the Stone of Tyr, and she sees Elaine this time, if I remember correctly.
Mm-hmm.
She sees Elaine. She actually witnesses Elaine talking to Brigitte. But then before she knows that Bear and Amis show up, and they just like they want to know if she decided to come early, and then I'm trying to remember what's going on here. She sees Elaine talking with an oddly dressed woman.
Bear and Amis are like worried that Egwene is basically sneaking into Teleran Riada on her own, which she is.
So
but yes, entirely. Elaine is talking to Brigitte beforehand because they're exchanging cliff notes on everything that has happened so far, and then Wiseman show up and we get our meeting.
Wait! They don't talk. They don't talk to Egwene, right? Right? They talk to Elaine.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, and Elaine's like, I'm so sorry, but I'm not your student. I'm not bound to you. So the polite way of saying fuck off, basically. So, but Nynaeve, so apparently, something happened to Nynaeve apparently that we didn't see. So apparently Nynaeve got bruised.
Yeah, she got punched in the face by someone else in the traveling circus, who was upset that she was like attracting all the attention.
Yeah. So it's funny. She got into a fight with someone and now has a sore head as a result. Oh my gosh. Oh boy, Egwene is not amused. I'm trying to.
So good.
It's so fun.
It's like all this stuff is basically a cavalcade of errors that's all predicated on Nynaeve being a complete bitch who needs to get laid. That's where all this error stuff comes from.
She will always be Bridget. She will always be Bridget to me.
No.
And then Gadfly says how Tyr loses his hand is a very important aspect to his story and it reflects in Wheel of Time as well. Oh, okay. Interesting. It's a spoiler that arguably it's a spoiler, but arguably the end of this book is the start. Oh, interesting. Oh. But I don't know. Is there anything really else to talk about here? So apparently, there's still like it's basically saying, "Hey, we're still looking for the Blues. The Blues are still can't find them and everything." They talk about I think that they overhear the Sean Chan. Elaine talks about the Sean Chan. To them, I don't like. So it's Elaine talking to
Egwene and the wise ones about the Sean Chan and what they do.
And the wise ones don't care about the Sean Chan. They have no frame of reference for these people.
Yeah, but they wouldn't. But does Elaine mention here that Sarandon had an IDOM?
I'm trying to take a look here. I got the book open.
It comes either here. It comes a bit later, but Elaine comes into possession of an IDOM through Sarandon, the boar horse or shredded handler from Sean Chan, and that's a quasi important plot point. Elaine realizes later on in this book that she's got a talent for ter'angreal. That's her thing.
Whisker Fisher, you're never going to let this go, are you? I'll always bringing up the ads. There you go. But so basically, so apparently, I think, they're basically, they're telling Elaine about what's going on with Chiron, that they're going there and all that. So, I don't think there's anything else left to talk about here. They basically exchange news and they leave, or I don't know if Egwene leaves, because I know the next chapter is Dreams of Galad. So
Egwene leaves, and then Egwene decides to go off and do everything that she was warned against not doing.
Okay, so basically going into people's dreams, basically is what's going on here.
Trying to, but also like, hey, Nynaeve, dreams are dangerous. You don't know what you're messing with. And then guess who she runs into? Moghedien.
Oh yeah, that's
because Moghedien tries to trap Egwene in an illusion or a illusory dream, but Egwene is thankfully strong enough to break out of it.
Oh, I see.
But Egwene has attracted the attention of one of the Forsaken because of who she was meeting with.
Oh, I see. Oh yeah, we actually get a point of view with Moghedien too at the very end.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm trying to so Egwene. So I forget. So is it the dream of Galad? That's the trap that Moghedien leaves for her. Because I know at one point I think this is the chapter where I brought up that she goes to Emond's Field and finds and sees like the changes. And this is like the closest thing, because we haven't seen Perrin. We're not going to see Perrin and everyone else there in this book. So this is like the closest thing we get to see of what's going to happen with that. And I'm curious where that's going to go with, because Mergaze brings it up earlier in the book. I'm curious where all that's going to go with the two rivers. But yeah, so she's basically flickering from dream to dream to dream. That's the thing that Moghedien has entrapped her with.
Trying to.
So,
but that she flees from the dream because she knows something's not right.
Yeah,
that's her strength of will, basically overcoming the trap that Moghedien is trying to set for her.
Yeah. Her mother brings out their baby. Her and Gawain have a baby apparently in this. She realizes her memory is wrong and flees from Tel'aran'rhiod. Okay. Ah, I see. Okay. Dane is 100% a dark friend based on his life. You got the shadow. You got the shadow thing going. So you just need some fiery eyes and all that.
I'm working on it.
If any of the three were half as capable in the world of dreams as the wise ones, they would be able to set papers aside and keep them out. I'm not sure what that means. They would be able to set papers aside.
I've had too much beer to try and figure that one out.
John, explain this. You kind of lost me there. But yeah, that's pretty much chapter 25. I'll have to actually read this. I'll have to actually read this and all that. So I'm going to probably do that tonight. I'm going to probably be all caught up by tonight. But let's keep going. We gotta get this stuff done. So Sally Dara. So we're back to Min. Min, and
we'll get through this fucking shit super fast, because if we're on the Swansanche plot line, yeah, there's not much to say.
Yeah, so apparently, so they're still riding. Min, Swan, Leon are riding, and Min still sees the crown on the halo, the crown halo on Logain. So apparently, Logain's gonna be doing some important stuff, some stuff that's gonna achieve him glory in some way.
Logain's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I forget, after a while they moved from woodland so they go to a large village. There are more women there, fewer men, no children, blah 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 blah. She notices that so she starts seeing women with auras. So they finally spotted some Aes Sedai, and they go to the largest inn, and it looks like they're reunited with some of the blues. I think.
Yep.
Sheriam's blue, right?
Sheriam's a blue.
Okay, so they
Anaya's a blue, and most of the other ones are of different Ajas.
Yeah. So so she and the others. What is the Saladar 6? What is this? What is the Salad? I forgot what the Saladar 6 is.
Saladar 6 is like a core. So if you don't know it already, but the Aes Sedai rank themselves or organize themselves by strength in the one power.
Yeah, I haven't gone that far yet. No.
All right, so everything about them is basically a hierarchy based on natural ability. So the Saladar 6 are the 6 most powerful Aes Sedai that showed up there first. And Sharian is their leader, and there are a few others. Back before when Swan Shanche could channel and Leanne, they were kind of at that tier of ability. Moraine's up there too. Egwene and Elaine are more powerful than them. Nynaeve is way more powerful than them.
Yeah.
But these are the ones that are basically put in charge of the rebellion.
Yeah.
And there are a couple of blues, and then the rest from the group. So after Sharian and Anaya, I think you've got Carolinia, Morven, Morel, and a few others. Like that, they're not blues. They're like browns and greens and yellows. And
yeah. So I like here how they don't recognize Suwan and Liana.
Yeah.
And so like that Min's like that this is Suwan and Liana. They're like, no. They're like, no way. No fucking way. No. And they're like and they're like, ask him questions, ask him specific questions and all that. And they're like, oh. Okay.
An insane amount of questions. Like, oh, okay, I see you got that answer right. But let's try this one. Just in case you got coached and would know that.
Mm-hmm.
Just in case you like took Swan, tortured her, got all of her like a whole bio out of her. Let's try a different one.
Yeah. And so I like how some of the Aes Sedai are indifferent. Are indifferent, like especially Anaya's like, why should we help you, or why should we? You're of no use to us. You're stilled and all that. So,
Well, she's just being a white Aja, cold-hearted bitch, right? Logically.
Yeah, exactly.
What can you do for us, right?
Yeah. So apparently Suwan basically calls them rudderless. Apparently, so they have no direction in their little rebellion or whatever. So no purpose. And yeah, so basically I'm trying to remember like
so Swan tries to catalyze the Saladar Aes Sedai around supporting Rand, which is kind of what her own plan would have been had she been in charge of the White Tower to this point. Like in cahoots with Moraine, let's guide. Well, in cahoots with Moraine, but with the philosophy of what Sidar is all about, right? Surrender to it, and therefore you can guide it, right? So Rand, the Dragon Reborn, don't try and control him. That'll just ruin everything. But if we submit and we offer to guide, perhaps we can control him, guide him that way.
Mm-hmm.
That's out the window. But if you know that Elaida is going to do the opposite of what you're planning, that's the first thought, is let's try and get the Saladar Aes Sedai to be the pro-Rand side of the Aes Sedai. The other thing she tries to do is lie and be a manipulative C word and pull Elaida down based off of the allegation that Logain was set up by the Red Aja to be a false dragon.
So was he never still done?
Oh, he was gentle, but here's the thing.
Gentle, sorry.
What doesn't enter into any of these Aes Sedai's ideas or context is that now that Swan has been stilled, she can lie like a sailor.
Yeah.
They think she's telling the truth.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, that's right. Because once you're stilled, you are released from the Three Oaths.
But they don't know that.
They don't know that.
The Aes Sedai are kind of oblivious to that. They're so used to basically believing that.
I'm sorry, I'll let you finish your thought.
Yeah, they're so used to other Aes Sedai or people who were Aes Sedai always having to tell the truth that a bald-faced lie coming from somebody that they used to know, like, it doesn't even enter into their head.
Yeah. Interesting.
But Swan notices this early on, right? That she can lie.
Yeah.
Well,
was nobody still during this time? That's why nobody knew that when you get stilled, you look different, and you're
being stilled as an Aes Sedai when it doesn't get also accompanied with execution is very rare. Like it rarely has ever happened. And the last time it would have happened in the White Tower history is thousands of years ago. So no, it's like this is untread ground for most Aes Sedai.
Oh, okay.
Right. If you did something so like Bonwyn, who was basically deposed, like stilled and executed for trying to manipulate Arthur Hawkwing. Well, if she was stilled, then she was executed like shortly thereafter.
Yeah.
So there was no time to study the effects.
Huh. That's interesting. Because I know they say, I mean, throughout the series so far, they've said that, once you're stilled, you have very little reason to live, and most people either get, like you said, executed or they off themselves. They self-delete and all that. So, so I like the one thing I thought was interesting, and I like how Lyanna was, handling this was, embracing her Domani, not Damani, Domani roots, and look for some good times. Look for some yeah, that's exactly. So, but apparently, so here I'm reading Lyanna is trying to distance herself from Siuan at this point. So, is this like a very big turning point in their relationship? So, like Siuan's kind of now on her own, or are they still,
You'll find out by the end of this book, but it's Aes Sedai. It's always plots within plots. Even if they've been stilled and can no longer access the One Power, they can't help but doing politics. So
yeah,
you'll find out.
So apparently Siuan now wants to establish their own their version, their Amyrlin seat.
Well, Swan, if you remember, like she rose to the top. Like Swan is Moiraine's age. Like she's 40. She's the youngest Amyrlin to like ever exist, really. The reason why she reached as far as she did, she was a political animal like nothing else. And what she's trying to establish here in these chapters is her political abilities had nothing to do with her channeling.
Mm-hmm.
So what's going on in these chapters is Swan being the political animal.
Oh, I see. Okay, that makes
sense. At least
sense.
Demonstrating to the reader that like she can't channel, but she can make all these Aes Sedai still dance to her tune.
Mm-hmm.
That's what's going on.
Yeah, and so apparently, I believe here, and I believe this final part leads into the next chapter, which I actually really enjoyed. So apparently they announced that there's men arriving in the village, and and so basically they're like they have to basically capture these men, take them into or bring them to the Aes Sedai and all that. So they find so we know it's Gareth Bryn. So Gareth Bryn is basically on his way, and Siuan's like, oh shit. This is gonna screw up my plans. I already made an oath to him. And why did he follow me? What the hell, dude? What the hell, man? So
the fuck? He came all this way? What the fuck? Oh man.
But what's
Shit.
funny is that the
Yo.
warders actually respect him. They actually, the warders respect Gareth Bryn. He's considered one of the great captains.
Mhm.
So I didn't even know there was a title for great captain. So I'm curious if we meet. Isn't Fail's father a great captain too?
So I'll lay out. There's 5 of them that are widely
Davram
acknowledged.
Bashir. Okay.
Davram Bashir is one of them. That is the father of Fail. So you're right to draw that conclusion. The other one that you certainly would have met is Agelmar Jagad, Lord Agelmar.
Lord Agelmar.
He is also a great captain. Got Gareth Bryn. There are 2 more. One you've certainly heard of, and that's Pedron Nile, the Lord Captain Commander of the White Cloaks.
Yes.
And then the final one, who I'm not sure if he's been mentioned yet, but I think he gets mentioned in Book 5, is Rodel Ituralde.
Name sounds familiar, but I don't know if I've encountered him in the read.
He's a lot of people's favorite great captain. I think he gets name dropped first around Book 5. I'm not 100% sure, but he's from Era Doman.
Yeah.
So he is from the country to the north of Falma and Almouth Plain, but he gets a bigger role in later books, and he definitely becomes a lot of people's favorite great captain for his campaign and what gets introduced later. So people like Rodel Ituralde.
Okay. So Dane, apparently you're a literary Batman. You should listen to a previous stream where he actually recited the first stanza of the Raven.
Edgar Allan Poe. I have it on a shelf over here, but yeah.
Hey, that was impressive. I'll say that. But yeah, I agree. He is a literary Batman. So, but that's interesting. I had no idea Pedron Nile was considered a great captain. I guess so.
With Pedron Nile too, it more than the other great captains, you really get a sense of his geopolitical worldview through the prologues that have happened. He's kind of been maneuvered as a kind of foil to Rand or an antagonist to Rand and what he's trying to do, maneuvering the White Cloaks to try and take over Almouth Plain or take over Terrebonne in a later book. And in this story, in the Fires of Heaven, you can see that he's trying to create a crisis between Altara, Amadisia, and Ilion, so he can come in and kind of be the mediator through it all. He's constantly active, but yes, he is widely regarded as a great captain. But you'll see where his story goes.
Okay. So I figured this is a great point. We are almost done. We're almost done. We're in the victory lap. We're in the victory lap right now. So
here's a fun little food for thought: is who do you think's going to get added to the great captains, based off of who got hanged for knowledge?
Matt.
Yeah.
So you said there were 6 great captains.
If you include Matt, there are 5.
5. Oh, there are 5, and then add Matt 6.
Pedron Nile, Agelmar, or Lord Agelmar, Gareth Bryn, Rodel Ituralde, and Davram Bashir.
Okay. I would have thought Matt would have been the 7th one, but based on the significance of number 7. So
don't worry, when the Seanchan show up, it's like every single one of their captains is a great captain.
Okay.
They all do the lessons that makes a great captain a great captain. That's instilled in the Seanchan army. It's fucking freaky.
Okay. I'll keep that in mind. All right, so now we're in Gareth Bryn. Gareth Bryn has entered the city where the Aes Sedai are, Saladar, and he is basically escorted to where the Aes Sedai are. And and they're all like and Min's like, oh, what the hell's he doing here?
Yep.
And then of course the oath. What's funny is he basically is looking for them, and Sheriam is basically saying, "Yeah, we'll give them to you. They'll fulfill their oaths that they said.
Don't worry, they'll work for you."
And he says, Brent states that he will let Mara, like he will stay and let Mara. I'm assuming Mara is Suwan and all that. Do his chores and all that, and then we find out that they basically tell him that Mara is actually Suwan, and she's actually the Amerlin Sea. He's like, what the hell? He's just like what? And he's just like, okay, you know what? I'm surprised, but they still swore oaths. And so it doesn't matter who they are and everything. And I just love how so I think they basically ask him, hey, can you help us? And I love Bryn's little speech that he gives them. He's like, how's it go? Let me see if I got it here.
Well, if he's going to do it, he's going to be in charge, right? You tell me what to do, but I'll tell you how it's done, right? I won't have anyone dying because you don't understand war. And if we do this, we do this all the way.
I thought that I loved that part. I listened to it. I listened to it 3 times. That's how much I liked that. And what I thought was also funny, and I forget when he brings it up, or it's him and Suwan. Him and Suwan are talking, and he is having a similar thought to what Rand, Perrin, and Matt have. Like women, he's telling himself he's older. He's like, I don't understand women. I forget exactly how it went.
But at least he's not thinking about like the guy who was riding with him being like, well, that dude understands women like I never will. And then you get his POV being like, well, I'll never understand women like Gareth Bryn ever will. Because that's the real beauty of that whole joke.
Yeah. It's just
Rand doesn't understand women, but Matt and Perrin do. And then according to Matt, it's Rand and Perrin that understand, not him. And it goes on and on.
And then parents, Rand and Matt know how to deal with it. It's funny. But yeah, I just love that little speech that he did. I'm trying to find out where in the book is it. I want to read it. Oh yeah. All right. He's like, very well. I never liked Elida, and I cannot believe she makes a good Amerlin. More importantly, I can make an army to take Tar Valon, so long as you know the taking will be bloody and long. But these are my conditions. First, the command is mine. You tell me what to do, but I decide how. You give commands to me, and I give them to the soldiers under me, not you. Not unless I have agreed to it first. I assign men, I promote them, and I discipline them, not you. Second, if I tell you it can't be done, you will consider what I say. I don't ask to usurp your authority. Small chance they would allow that, or yet I do not want to waste men because you do not understand war.
Yep.
Third, if you begin this, you will stay the course. I will be putting my head in a noose, and every man who follows along with me. And should you decide half a year from now that Elida as Amerlin is preferable to war, you will put that noose tight for every one of us who can be hunted down. The nations may stay out of the civil war in the tower, but they'll not let us live if you abandon us. Elida will see to that. So, yeah, if you will not agree to these, then I do not know that I can serve you. Whether you bind me with the power for Dromond here, or to slit my throat, or I end attainted and hung, death is still the end. Awesome. That was awesome. Like, I love that. That was awesome. So, I mean, I love that. I love listening to that from Michael Kramer. Or was it Michael Kramer? Or no, it was Kate Red. No, it was Michael Kramer. Yeah, Gareth Bryn. I love that. Awesome. Balls out awesome. And fortunately, Whisker Fisherman for $1. Thanks for $1. I think this is Whisker Fisherman. He's pulling his Nynaeve, his inner Nynaeve right now. He's like, here, suck on this stuff.
That's actually a lot of money.
Yeah.
Right? You can buy like a day's groceries for $1 these days, right?
Yes. Yeah. For $1, I can buy like I can't even buy a stick of gum for $1. Bell Gareth. Yeah, there you go. But I thought that was great. I don't know if there's anything else in this chapter. Oh, Bryn comes out. So Min's just like Min just wants to leave.
Yep.
She wants to leave, and I forget what else happens. She'll be held to her oath. I'm curious if they. I'm curious if they stay with him. I'm curious if Siuan and Bryn are going to be a thing.
Do you get the vision here? Is this where Min has the vision that Siuan needs to stay close to Bryn and vice versa?
Yes.
Yeah.
So
they will stay close because of that.
So if Siuan stays far from Bryn, she will die,
and he will die.
Okay, yeah. It's like that the other way around too.
Yeah, they Siuan and Gareth Bryn need to stay close together.
I'm kidding, Whisker. I'm kidding, Whisker Fisherman. I was kidding. I'm kidding about that. I appreciate you, man. I appreciate it.
Fucking Janny, what? Kidding.
Hey, listen. Hey, it's honest work. So, I think so. I've done it. I've done it. I've had to do custodial duties. You know, it's a very human.
Oh, I thought we were talking about like chat room janitors.
That's garbage.
Yeah, that's what I am. Moderator.
Yeah. So
whatever.
But yeah. Is there anything? I don't think there's much left. I don't think there's much left to talk about here.
No, like the Swan stuff. It's like,
yeah.
The sad reality is, Brian, like it's fun and it's interesting as far as like the gender dynamics. It's just it shows up elsewhere between other characters in the series.
Mm-hmm.
So it's redundant, right? The Swan Gareth Bryn dynamic, it's like one of many of the male-female dynamics of like where they're like constantly at odds, but they can't get along without each other and blah, blah. So it's like, is it central to the story? No, because it's like the fourth one, where it's like it's the same theme but repeated the fourth time. So, and the sad thing is, this is one of those plot points that didn't resolve well in the Sanderson books. So I know where it goes, and therefore I'm not that invested in it. So what I'm telling you up front here is like, for the love of fucking God, don't be like Rafe Judkins and make Siuan Sanche your favorite character, because you'll be disappointed.
Yeah. Well, okay. I could say this. She's not by any means. So.
Well, that just means you have good taste.
Yeah, it's annoying. It's all I can say is she's annoying. So,
it's funny, but the thing is, you can enjoy the chapters in and of themselves, right? And you can enjoy kind of I really like the 9-horse hitch chapter, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where Siuan has to like out of her comfort zone. She was the most powerful woman in the world. She's now dashed down below. And in order to get like some scrape of dignity, to get something back, like to find out where she can be of use, what does she have to do? She needs to go to a fucking dive bar and embarrass herself in front of like the worst people that inhabit this world. And she gets her info, and then she gets steered out of there, and this like evil harridan that like in her passing tongue like manages some modicum of respect, right? I hear the old bat was like stilled or whatnot, and she was tough as nails and blah blah blah. That was her. So she knows she was respected by this person in the past, but not anymore. Not what she's done. She had to endure that, so she had to suffer through it, and she came out ahead for her mission. Like, those are fun chapters that you can enjoy for the sake of them, but viewed as a whole of what Siuan's storyline actually does, it's kind of like she's a side character and she remained it throughout. So I get it, right? There's a lot of that in Wheel of Time where it's just like there's a lot of setup and the payoff when it happens isn't there.
Yeah. I've kind of come to that realization based on conversations and basically and based on just the fact that there's just so much being set up that it's easy to forget all that. So
yeah, like doing the setup in a novel series or a story, that's easy. Doing the setup and then the promise, progress, payoff. The promise is easy. You just introduce a new character and do something interesting. Progress is a little bit easier, but to get a payoff out of it, that could be difficult. And that's the fantasy genre more than any other genre is guilty here, in that a lot of the more famous stories that we know, it's all promise and progress, and the payoff is very difficult to write. So Song of Ice and Fire, for example, there hasn't been any payoff yet.
Nope.
Because the final books aren't written. The Rothfuss and the Name of the Wind, same thing.
Yep.
And with Wheel of Time, what we can say is, and Robert Jordan never got to those payoffs either. Like, it was left to Brandon Sanderson. Sanderson hit the right payoffs, the important ones, but for subplots like the Swan Sanche one, difficult to nail, impossible even. So I won't fault him for it, because I don't even know if Robert Jordan could have done it better. I just think there was too much setup to get paid off in the end. So you're always going to be unsatisfied by some of the plot lines, but this is one of them.
Oh, I see. So I got a question. Is this pretty much the last book where she's pretty prominent, and then the rest of it? Oh, okay. So I was curious because like you said, she's going to be eventually kind of be a side character. I'm guessing pushed off to the side for a while. So
no, that's not what I mean. What I mean by side character is they get an inordinate amount of chapters, and then you just don't get a payoff out of it.
Oh, okay. All right. Oh, I see.
So,
all right.
So you have to enjoy the chapter for what it is, right?
All right. That makes more. Okay. That makes sense now. So,
all right. I apologize.
That Dane is because of the idiotic emphasis of the rule of cool, presenting cool scenes, dialogue, etc., rather than importance of the story's narrative.
I don't know what he was responding here to, but yeah, there is a rule of cool element that predominates Sanderson's writing.
Sounds very that's a very J.J. Abrams thing. Like, you make a decision
do
because
something
it's
if
cool.
it's cool.
Yeah.
So in part, the Swan Gareth Bryn story might have an element of that. I thought it was kind of good at the time. It's just when you first get confronted with the I'm not going to spoil it for you. We'll wait for like book 12.
Book 12. Book 12. Okay.
But it has to do with the prophecy that Min sees about Swan and Gareth Bryn needing to stay close together.
I mean, I'm trying to remember what Swan's prophecy was in The Shadow Rising. Like, I think she was naked, if I remember correctly. She sees her naked, if I remember correctly.
That's been fulfilled. She was naked and beaten, because that's exactly how she got stilled. So that's a fulfilled prophecy, right?
Oh, okay. I didn't know. Okay, okay. There you go. See, I didn't even realize that prophecy was.
Yeah,
okay.
That one's done. The new one is basically like, stay close to Gareth Bryn. He needs to stay close to you, or you'll both die.
Okay, makes sense. All right, but I think that just leads us into the memories of Saldea.
Never say that again.
Why does I forget? I know. I think they both say it. Kate Redding and Michael Kramer both say it that way.
I know.
Is there a
it's
reason for
question
that?
mine.
Is it did
Well,
I don't did Robert Jordan say it that way? I don't know.
If there's an extra vowel in how it's written, I don't know.
All right.
I felt
for the sake of my respect for you and the time that you put into this, I will not do that again. So
there's an extra e.
Okay.
In how it's written, but
all right. So we get a Hadnan Kadir chapter, something I did not expect at all. So, so apparently we learn quite a bit. So apparently he's under orders from Lanfear. So basically. So I think he knows that what's her name. Actually, no, he doesn't know. So I forget what was the fat. What was Lanfear's form as the fat?
It was Sally Khashoggi, or the. Yeah, it was the fat lady who basically sold
the peddler. Yeah, she's the one that had them sell.
She sold Hadnan Kadir's hat to Matt.
Yes,
they're like, here you go, boom, done.
Yeah,
I think it was Sally Khashoggi.
And so I forget. Like, so apparently she was implicit. She was the reason why Essendra got caught with those. So I don't remember. So did Essendra steal those diamonds herself, or was she framed for it?
Lanfear admitted towards the end of The Shadow Rising that Essendra was going to get or was in the process of being caught by the maidens of having a whole bunch of stolen goods in her possession, not all of which were actually through her own actions. I.e., yeah, Essendra was stealing from the maidens, but she didn't steal that much. Lanfear helped a little bit.
Oh, okay. Just out of spite or something?
Yeah, because it's Lanfear.
Yeah. Because I mean, yeah. So like, Essendra was a beauty all in and of herself too. So what did Lanfear just feel
Essandra's like? Whole mission was basically, or was told to like try and seduce Rand, but Lanfear wouldn't have had any of that. Like at the end of the day, it's like you can send someone on that mission, but you kind of hope they fail if you're Lanfear, right?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, because Lanfear wants Rand for herself. Lanfear wants to rule all. Lanfear, I mean, yeah.
Well, it's just like you could send someone on this mission, but you expect that they fail because otherwise, like. If Essendra had a hope in hell of succeeding on this, Lanfear would intervene to stop it before that would even happen.
Yeah. So another revelation that we get here that I thought was interesting and once again raises the stakes. Apparently there's more. So he's not the only dark friend in the vicinity. Apparently I'm assuming there's dark friends among the Aiel. I mean,
yeah. So most of the peddlers would have been dark friends. So we already know, like, Asmodean was traveling with them. So was Lanfear, but Kadir, and like, just take it for granted that everybody traveling with them is a dark friend. But you're right in that the letter that gets sent to him is also from a dark friend, but it's not someone that he knows. So it's not someone from the peddler side of things. So it's an Aiel dark friend.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I'm curious how this is all going to play out. I'm curious if there's going to be anything, if there's going to be any sabotage going to be going on as they get closer to Couladin. And
well, here's the thing: who do you think it could be? Right?
It's a good question.
So if what Hadnan Kadir like notes about the letter, it's from a female hand and it's Aiel.
Could be one of the maidens. Could be one. Could be the one maiden, the lead maiden, maybe.
So like Sulin, or could it be one of the wise ones?
Could be one of the wise ones.
So how fucked up is that?
pretty fucked up. Pretty fucked up. So if it was a wise one, I would have to go with, if I had to guess, and this is what makes this even more fucked up because they talk about her quite a bit. She marries, what's his name? I'm assuming it's Mullane.
All right. Read and find out, but just bear that in mind. Aiel woman, dark friend. This will get answered before the end of this book.
Okay. Interesting. So and of course the other thing that happens. So why is I don't know if you brought up this point, but so apparently Isandra got her, so she kept trying to sneak into Rand's thing, and she kept getting caught to the point where the maidens basically cut her hair off. They just completely scalped her, and they
shaved
broke
her
and
bald as an egg, and like made her wear nettles and wouldn't let her wear clothes in the sun, and she was like sunburned like a freaking ostrich. And yeah.
And so basically, what's funny was I was thinking of, have you seen Star Trek: The Motion Picture? Yes, Whisker Fisherman. I'm bringing up Star Trek right now. Have you seen Star Trek: The Motion Picture?
Yeah, of course I have.
All right, so then I'm thinking.
I know those movies more than. I know who you're thinking of. It's like the bald egg V'ger lady.
Persis. The actress Persis Kambata plays Lieutenant Ilea. And then Lieutenant Ilea becomes the V'ger probe and everything. Yes. So I was actually thinking of when they shaved her and they said she was bald as an egg. I thought of Persis Kambata. May she rest in peace. The actress passed away. Had heart disease and all that, but she smoked a lot, I think. But
Natalie Portman with V for Vendetta.
Oh yeah.
Natalie Portman could be a good Isandra. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. So
2005 Natalie Portman.
Kadir, I can't go down this path. I can't follow. And then she turns around and then he Kadir offs her. And what was weird is he
fucked up, but
so we find out that he thinks of his family when he does this, and we find out that he murdered his family. Basically, that's basically what that confirms that was
the start of it, where he's talking about growing up in Saldea and not liking the heat and his fond memories, and then at the end of it, where he's basically like, okay, Isandra's dead. Now I gotta butcher her and like cut her up, hide the bodies just like I did with my family back in Saldea, and especially like the sister that he had fond memories
Theodora. Yeah, that's crazy. That's so messed up. Like I said this in the Discord with the other guys. I was walking at 2 a.m. here in Chicago, and it was like I wasn't even listening. I was just listening to the audio. And it was silent, like there's no sound whatsoever, except maybe some airy wind. And I'm listening to this, and I'm just like, oh my gosh. And I'm just like, oh my gosh. And that was nuts. I was just like, you know what? I made up my mind. I'm like, I have to, if I'm going to do a book club, I have to get up to that point. So this was just crazy. But why did
so fucked up? But I mean, it's like, that's the beauty of the series and appreciating it. You get a lot of chapters that might be kind of like a down chapter, or it's a slow burn or a slow build up to something. And then you just out of nowhere get something like this, where it's just basically the rawest form of evil.
Yeah.
And then exquisitely written, hauntingly written, being like, I didn't know that these kinds of twisted minds existed.
So what's funny is, and it took a whole book to figure for this to happen, because this was one thing that I was kind of unsatisfied was in the last book, in The Shadow Rising, I reenacted that scene. Rand looks at, they meet Hadnan Kadir for the first time, and Rand says to Matt, "We're riding with evil, Matt. Watch yourself. It's in the eyes." you got to pay attention to the eyes and all that. I thought that was
Rand
great.
sounds like the crazy one, right?
Yes. And
But
what's
it's
funny
not.
is no. What's funny was I was expecting Hadnan to be the main bad guy at the end of the book, but no, but this is kind of the payoff to that. And I didn't even think about that until now. So, but yeah. So he was right. They were riding with evil. This is like you said. Maybe it's because you brought up the Ross type of evil, and it just clicked. So, but I do have a question. Something I'm not quite clear on. Why was it because of Lanfear's orders to Kadir that Asandra be in his bed? Well, no. Why was Kadir trying to get Asandra into Rand's bed? Just to get information or something?
I think it was Asmodean's orders to start with, or whatnot. But it's kind of like get in with Rand or distract him. But keep in mind too that one of the main things that both Asmodean and Lanfear want to know, especially like they meet with them after they had come from Ruidian, was trying to find out information about Ruidian. Right? What did they see in the city? And for Lanfear and Asmodean, the key thing there is the Chodan Kal, or the access stones to like the most powerful Saw Angreal ever.
Mm-hmm.
So that's ultimately the motivation. Is like, how do we get someone to like yak about what they saw in there? Well, let's send a pretty girl in to like share their bed, and they might spill the beans on what was found there.
Oh, okay. Interesting. Oh, but yeah, that's all right. Well, I'll keep that in mind going forward and all that. But yeah, I think we've reached the end. It's been exactly 4 hours, Dane. Thanks for sticking around. I know everybody's been busy with life, but I appreciate you.
Thanks, Brian.
That's not, no, dude, don't say that.
It's all good. Thanks for indulging me and letting me take my dog for a walk and cooking dinner and other stuff through this stream.
Yeah, that's the Nerdporial way. Like whenever I have people, guests, I want them to be happy, and it's true. It's true.
Yeah, and you did good when I bailed out. I was still listening, but you're able to kind of drive the narrative forward, which was good too. So.
Yeah, there was more things I forgot from listening to the audiobooks. The reason why I listen just to get ahead, is just for something to do when I'm walking, but I read so that I could take in more of the details, more of the nuance is in the chapters and everything. So, and I'm a little behind on that. I want to catch up for next week. So Dane, thanks once again. Thanks for doing that. And poor Whisker Fisherman has another ad. So, anything with the White Cloaks are we getting closer to the rewatch of season 2?
God, yeah, probably. But the first, I hinted at it last time. So Alex and I are still working on trying to get our March Madness together. We're trying to get a 256 worst moment of season 2 bracket going and run that tournament through the Discord so everyone can vote on what they hated the most.
Can I participate?
Yeah, totally. Like
absolutely.
If you're in the Discord or whatnot, we'll post it up. It's in his own channel. We'll have emoji voting, which will be hilarious if I do it right.
Somebody made up to like 130, so you guys have 256. Wow.
We're gonna try and get to 256. So we're gonna start with 16 separate brackets, but probably whittle those down to their final 4 for each. So then 16 final 4s become a full bracket of 64 of the worst moments of the show. And then we'll rank them and face them off against each other with emoji voting. And for example, what the emoji voting is for the season 1, we had was the worst moment where Swan and Moraine scissored, and then I had the emoji of a scissor kind of like to vote for. Like I get creative that way. It won't be Well, most of them will probably be as offensive, but I try and get very creative with my emoji votes. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. All right. That's
We'll do that, and then when I'm back from Belgium, hopefully without like liver disease, then we'll do the
oh man. Yeah, you gotta tell us how that goes. We have Whisker Fisherman member for 2 months. Once again, thank you. Can we get a Discord rewatch of Star Trek 3? Yeah, I mean, I did a movie thing yesterday and nobody responded. I watched a Wuxia film. I watched House of the Flying Daggers for the first time. So yes, I mean, just trying to get people to I gotta get the
very different from a White Cloaks rewatch, because we'll pause every 15 seconds to make fun of something for 20 minutes.
Yeah, pretty. I mean, it sounds like EFAP. It's basically your version of EFAP. So.
That's who we modeled ourselves on. But it's
let's just say I've accidentally learned some spoilers from the rewatch, so that's why I cannot watch the rewatch until I finish reading the series. So, and then I'll become part of the beautiful people, the elite of the White Cloaks. So, but yeah, so once again, thanks, Dane. For me,
Greg is an elite White Cloak.
God. White Cloak standards. Yeah, I know. You guys said, I don't know. What can I say? But yeah, so for me, lots of streams this week on my end. So tomorrow I am doing a stream with Nathan, Manamethrin, and a toxic horse named Pips. We're gonna drink. We're gonna drink whiskey, and we're going to. Well, apparently Nathan has something to present to Pips, so Nathan is going to actually going to give Nathan the keys to the Nerporial channel. For that, he's gonna run that stream. I'm just gonna be sitting there chilling and drinking and enjoying myself. That's tomorrow. So yeah, so that's tomorrow. Then Tuesday. As far as I know, Tuesday, me, Prophet, and Easton are probably going to have another. We're going to have. I'll be doing 3 Chillporials this week. So me, Prophet, and Easton are going to have a Chillporial probably for an hour. We're probably going to talk Last Airbender and Nintendo games. I don't know. I figure if I'm going to have Easton on, bring his dad, have his dad on with us, and we'll just talk as long as Easton wants to talk, and then that'll be it. So that's Tuesday. But then my main Chillporial will be on next Thursday. I'm going to have Feanor and Dread Roberts, and we're going to be talking Lord of the Rings and the Wuxia films that I've seen, and who knows what else. So yeah, there's a lot of stuff to cover. And next Sunday, I'm going to try and cover 3/4 of. We're going to try and get to 3/4 of the Fires of Heaven. So I want to try and get up to chapter 45 or 46. So that's my goal for next week. So next week will be the next book club, and then the week after will be the finale. So I know Dane, you said you're going to be drinking in Belgium. So.
No, hopefully, no. That's in May. In March, I got to go to Sweden for work. So.
Okay. Yay. $2 super chat from Whisker Fisherman TV community. What, the show?
Or just us being so communal.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. Community is a good show.
I've not seen Community. I got a lot of crap from a lot of people not seeing that show.
Okay. Next, you're going to say you haven't seen Rick and Morty either, because it's like the same guy.
Yeah. I watched an episode. I was like, this is kind of gross, and I turned it off. So
it is.
Made me think of Ren and Stimpy back in the day. Made me think of
Pickle Rick.
I don't know. So, but yeah, everybody subscribe to the White Cloak, subscribe to Prophet of the Dragon, subscribe to Technically Mexican, subscribe to Eldan. Let's give Eldan some love. Subscribe to Eldan. So, but other than that, everybody, thanks for being here. Definitely try to come back next week for the third book club. And so let's enjoy the outro.